welcoming ceremony. Dr. Alimin Alwi.
Mana?
Okay, I think this is the start, time to start our welcoming ceremony. So the place and the room give the floor to the Dr. Vivit Rosmayanti Tamsir.
Oke, thank you Kak. Mohon izin untuk memulai Bapak Ibu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
See, can you hear us now?
Yes, you
Hello?
are audible,
Yeah,
my dear
okay.
professor.
Okay.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you. So we are very happy that today we are our Christ
Not yet.
College Autonomous. Yeah,
We are really sorry, my dear professor. So we
Okay.
after we welcoming, and then we will invite you in the excellencies. Kindly wait in the
Oh,
10
sure,
minutes, my
sure.
dear professor. Yes,
Oke,
Yeah, sure, sure.
thank you, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
oke, thank you. So, kembali mohon izin untuk memulai.
Before we start, we welcome also the vice rector of Sinop University Turkey. We have Dr. Excuse me, Prof. Are you with Professor? The representation of Sinop University Turkey, and then the Professor Gul Al Bayram. Welcome, Professor. Thank you so much for your coming. Okay, start.
Oke. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Before we begin, I would like to extend a special welcome to our distinguished guest, the Excellence Director of Universitas Sawerigading, Professor Dr. Andi Melantik Rompegading, SH.MH, the Honorable, the Principal of Crises College Autonomous Irin Jalaguda, India, Associate Professor Dr. Jolie Andrews, the Honorable, the Vice Rector of Sinop University, Professor Dr. Riza Bayrak, the Honorable, the Vice Rector 1, Dr. Anda Haja Mardiani, M.Hum, the Honorable, the Vice Rector 3, Dr. Amran Syahruddin, M.Hum, M.M., the Honorable, the Dean of Law Faculty, Professor Haja Asmah, SH.MH, the Honorable Deans and Vice Deans at Universitas Sawerigading, and we are also warmly welcome all academic leaders of Universitas Sawerigading, as well as students and participants from around the world who are joining us today. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all attendees joining us from various parts of the world. Welcome to the International Conference on Contemporary Legal Issues 2024, organized by the Master of Law Study Program, the Faculty of Law, Universitas Sawerigading, with the theme Legal Responses to Global Crisis, Health, Environment, and Security. And we are truly honored to have you all with us today, distinguished speakers and participants from across the globe. Well, my name is Vivit Rosmayanti, and I will be your Master of Ceremony for today's event. And before we begin, allow me to guide you through our program. Since we are in a virtual setting, so I kindly remind everyone to stay muted. And we encourage you to engage by using the chat box for any question or comments throughout the session. And we will have dedicated Q&A segments after the presentation to address your questions. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to start, let's listen to the national anthems of our participating countries, Indonesia, Turkey, and India. So, ladies and gentlemen, please stay in your position.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you for the anthems. Now we will hear a committee report from the organizing committee. Please welcome Dr. Ali Rahman SH MH.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished guests, esteemed speaker, honored participant, and colleagues. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good morning. On behalf of the organizing committee, it's with a great pleasure and honor that I welcome you to the International Conference on Contemporary Legal Issue, ICCLI 2024. However, this conference hosted by the Faculty of Law, Universitas Sawerigading, Makassar, serves as a platform for scholars, practitioners, research, and experts from various disciplines to come together and discuss critical legal issues that impact our society today. We are glad here, albeit virtually, to share insight, exchange ideas, and engage in meaningful discussion on contemporary legal topics that challenge our current legal framework and system. In a rapidly changing world, it's more important that effort to explore innovative solutions and address the complexity of legal challenge in an evolving global landscape. To them of this conference encourage us to critically examine to contribute to development of legal thinking, policy, and practice. Over the next 2 days, we will have the opportunity to hear from distinguished speakers, participate in team-provoked sessions, and collaborate with fellow professionals from different backgrounds and regions. I would like to extend my deep appreciation to our keynote speaker, presenter, moderator, and all participants who have dedicated their time and expertise to make this event possible. Your contributions are invaluable for fostering an environment of learning, knowledge sharing, and academic excellence. Furthermore, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to our organizing team, partner, and support for their hard work, dedication, and unwavering commitment in ensuring to the success of this conference. Without your effort, this event would not have been possible. As we embark on this journey of intellectual exploration, I encourage everyone to actively engage, share their perspective, and make the most of this unique opportunity. May the conference be fruitful and enriching experience for all of us, and may it inspire us to continue to our endeavors and advancing legal scholarship and practice. Once again, welcome to ICCLI 2024. I wish all a productive to enjoyable conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Ali Rahman SH, for that report. Now it's my great honor to invite the Rector of Universitas Sawerigading, Professor Dr. Andi Melanti Krompegading SH, to deliver the official welcome and opening remarks. Please, dear Professor.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning and good afternoon. Praise and gratitude we offer to the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for this grace and blessing, so that we can meet today in the 2024 International Conference on Contemporary Legal Issues, which is held in collaboration with a number of universities in Indonesia and abroad. This international conference is a continuum of the conference activity together with several previous international conferences which were also held by Sawerigading University, Makassar. This international conference is expected to be a platform for sharing the latest research in ideas in various fields of science, allowing lecturer and student to learn from international experts. Through this conference, it is hoped that the university can also build network and collaboration with other institutions, improve academic reputation, and join research opportunities. We also sincerely hope that by inviting speakers from abroad and international participants, it can improve the academic standard of the university, provide the perspective in teaching and research. The topic discussed in the international conference can encourage innovation and research that is relevant to global issues, as well as encourage applied research that is benefit to society, and especially for at Sawerigading University, Makassar. This international conference then attract media and public attention, as well as increase the visibility of Sawerigading University at the global level. Thus, holding the international conference is very important for the academic development and reputation of Sawerigading University, Makassar. We are grateful that this international conference activity was carried out virtual, making it easier for parties from different locations to meet without being conferenced by distance on time. This international conference activity is from information of various agreements contained in the MOU and MOA between Sawerigading University, Makassar, and several other universities is an implementation of the Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. Curriculum is an effort to improve the quality of universities, lecture, and studies from all universities involved in signing the MOU and MOA. In several previous international conference, Sawerigading University Makassar has also collaborated with universities from other countries, including Silliman Universities in Philippines, Syracuse University College of Law in the United States, NWREP University in Belgium, Caen University Thailand, Varanasi India, Sohag University Egypt, the Open University of Sri Lanka, Brunei Darussalam University, Universities of Abra, Philippines, University Haji Zeka Peja, Kosovo, IAIN Madura, Indonesia, and Muhammadiyah University, Sidendreng Rapang. Before ending the welcome speech, I would like to thank all parties who have contributed to the success of the International Conference on Contemporary Legal Issue 2024. My appreciation goes to Professor Dr. Maskun, SHMLM, from Hasanuddin University Makassar, Professor Dr. Luis Miguel Oliveira de Barros Cordosa, Polytechnic Institute of Porto Alegre, Portugal, Associasi Prof. Dr. Gul Erkol Bayon from Sinop University, Turkey, Professor Dr. Like Baskova Oktaberlina, MED, UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim, Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Atem Selilov Vernadsky University, Crimea, Rusia, Profesor Rania Lampo, Greek Ministry of Education, Greece, Dr. Lingyang Kleh from Kuching Polytechnic Sarawak, Malaysia, Dr. Andi Asrifan, SPD MPD from State University University Indonesia atau UNEM. Dr. Sheikh Muhammad, Assistant Professor from Department of Electronic Media, Thomas College and Art and Science, India. Professor Dr. Supaprawat Siripipat Tanakul, Bangkok Thonburi University, Thailand. Bibastapa, Kampus Hetauda, Nepal. Asosiasi Profesor Dr. Kije Farkis, MA PhD. Crises College Irinjalakuda, affiliate to the University of Calicut, Kerala, India. Dr. Mona Refat Taman, Vice Chairman, Future Leaders International Group, Egypt and Kuwait. Professor Dr. Alexis Arisabel, Enriquez, Abra State Institute of Science and Technology, Banquet Campus Abra, Philippines. I would also like to express my gratitude to the colleagues who have helped the organizing committee from University Negeri Makassar, co-hosts from various particulating university speaker, participant, and the intercommittee for their participation and support in making this event a success. We congratulate you and participating and supporting this seminar well. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala always guide and bless you all. The theme for this conference is legal response to global crisis, health, environment, and security. A human being, we are independent on each other. We have to work together on facing challenges and global crises that we are currently face. This conference will discuss their main topic of current global issues, which are health, environment, and security. Together, we have passed through the COVID-19 pandemic. However, we are still struggling with several other issues. Concerning health, the world still faces a number of health issues and diseases, such as cardiovascular disease, diabetes, malnutrition, and other infectious diseases such as monkeypox. half of the world population still does not have adequate access to safe drinking water, sanitation, and hygiene, which could have prevent at least 1.4 million deaths. World Health Organization mentioned that billions of people are still left behind on the path of universal health coverage and lack access to healthcare facilities. Conference in environment, according to the UN report, since the start of the 20th century, global mean sea level has risen faster than over any prior century in at least the last 3,000 years.
Excuse me, dear Professor.
And the rate of increase is accelerating. Data from the International Labour Organization once that over 70% of the global workshop,
Excuse me, dear Professor.
2.4 billion
Is this,
people are
excuse me,
now
excuse
at
me,
high
dear Professor.
risk of extinction.
Mohon maaf,
Yes.
now we have just a welcome speech here, dear Professor, not sharing the material. I think we are honor you to open this conference officially. I think, ya. Mungkin ada
Okay.
mungkin sambutan
Yeah.
tadi sambutan tinggal dibuka Ibu, nanti setelah itu ada sambutan dari Rektor Turki dan Rektor dari Eccles College. Mohon maaf Ibu Rektor, nanti setelah sambutan baru nanti
Okay.
Ibu yang
Okay.
mau hadir. Mungkin semuanya.
Okay.
Mohon izin langsung
Let us
dibuka Ibu.
continue to explore the boundaries of knowledge, collaborating to create a better future. Every idea we share today is a seed for the future together. We can make big ideas come true. May this conference be first step for many innovation to come. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Thank you.
Okay, excuse me, dear Professor, maybe you can continue to open the international conference officially.
By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, dear Professor. Ya. Mungkin sudah tadi dibuka Ibu Dr. Vivit. Langsung dilanjutkan. Sudah dibuka.
Baik, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Andi Melantik Rompegading SHMH, for your inspiring words. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are particularly honored today to witness two important virtual signing ceremonies. The first will be a memorandum of understanding between Crises College Autonomous Irinjalakuda, India, and Universitas Sawerigading, Indonesia. And then the second will be between Sinop University, Turkey, and Universitas Sawerigading, Indonesia. And then we hope this partnership make a significant step toward fostering international collaboration in education and research. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the signing ceremony, we will have a brief introduction from the university leaders. For the first, we invite Professor Dr. Riza Bayrak, the Vice Rector of Sinop University, Turkey, to deliver their remarks. Dear Professor Dr. Riza Bayrak, the floor is yours.
Good morning to everyone.
Morning, Professor. Good morning.
Dear colleagues and guests, it's a great pleasure to be here today as we sign this memorandum of understanding between Turkey and Indonesia. This agreement marks the start of an exciting collaboration between our institutions, creating opportunities for academic exchange, joint research, and student exchange programs. I want to thank everyone who has worked to make this partnership possible. We look forward to a successful and productive relationship in the years to come. Thank you, everyone, again.
Okay, thank you, Professor Dr. Riza Bayrak, for your remarks. Next, we invite Associate Professor Rev. Dr. Jolie Andrews, the Principal of Crises College Autonomous Irinjalakuda, India, to give brief introduction. And for dear Professor, Associate Professor Dr. Jolie Andrews, the floor is yours.
So Jolie Andrew, are you here, Professor?
Yes,
Dr.
yes, yes.
Marcus?
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm very happy and thankful to note that today we are signing the Christ College Autonomous in Nalakoda is Christ College Autonomous in Nalakoda is today signing a memorandum of understanding between Universitas Sawerigading, Makassar, Indonesia, along with the Christ College Autonomous in Nalakoda. So today I especially remember Dr. Ali Rahman, Professor Dr. Andy Melanik, the Honorable Rector who just spoke with us, and all the other important university delegates and a vast host of participants who are attending this international conference on contemporary legal issues. So I especially appreciate Dr. Professor KJ Varghese, who has made this possible for Christ College Autonomous in Yalakuda. So, wish you all the best. Have a wonderful time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor, Associate Professor Dr. Jolie Andrews, for the remarks. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next we will proceed with the virtual signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between Sinop University Turkey and Universitas Sawerigading Indonesia, as well as between Crises College Autonomous Irinjalakuda, India, and Universitas Sawerigading Indonesia, following the instruction that I will give. Well, now I invite Professor Dr. Riza Bayrak, the Vice Rector of Sinop University, Associate Professor Dr. Jolie Andrew, the Principal of Crises College Autonomous, and Professor Dr. Andi Melantik Rompegading SHMH, the Rector of Universitas Sawerigading, to sign the MOU that has been prepared.
Okay.
Now, please show the signed MOU to the camera.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
and kindly
Allow us to
yeah.
to screenshot. Screenshot. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank
thank
you,
you.
Professor.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yes, done, Prof. Well, now, next we kindly request that the signed MOU be sent to me promptly so we can proceed with the exchange. Yes, thank you. To enlighten the atmosphere, we will now enjoy Tari Padupa. So Tari Padupa is a traditional dance from the Bugis community in Indonesia. This dance often reflects the themes of culture, unity, and beauty of life. So let's take a moment to appreciate this beautiful art form. Okay, thank you very much for that wonderful performance. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the main session, we will now begin our virtual photo session. And I kindly remind everyone to please turn on the camera and get ready to take the photo.
Rizky, boleh
Yeah.
dibantu,
So
boleh
we have
dibantu
4
capture.
slides here. And the
Yeah.
committee get ready. Okay, we start from slide 1.
Data Rizky ya, silakan di foto, di screenshot.
Slide 2. Okay, and then now slide 3. And the last slide 4. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us for the photo session. We will now move on to the main session, that keynote speakers presentation, and we kindly ask for your full attention for the as we welcome Ibu Ventri Hernaningsi Ruing SS Hum, who will be the leading session for the keynote speaker presentation. For Ibu Ventri Hernaningsi Ruing SS Hum, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Excuse me, is my voice clear? Excuse me. Excuse me.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, is my voice clear?
Clear.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, clear.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom and good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Conference on Contemporary Legal Issues, ICCLI 2024. And we're thrilled to have you join us today. I'm Ventri Hernaningsi Ruing from Sawerigading Universitas, Indonesia, as the moderator for this session. Before we start this session, let me inform you all that we have 2 rules for this conference. For the first, for all of the presenters or speakers, we will have about 15 to 20 minutes for presenting the paper. And then the second one, after presenting, then I'm going to offer you the chance for 3 participants to deliver 3 questions only. As you know that we have very limited time, yeah? So the participants will have about 10 minutes for Q&A session, and they can ask the question directly or by chat box. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce our speaker, a distinguished figure in the field of international law, cyber, international law, Professor Dr. Maskun SH, LLM. He was born in Kendari, 29th of November, 1976. Now, he works as a professor of law at the Hasanuddin University, Makassar, Indonesia. Professor Maskun has made significant contribution to some relevant publications, such as plastic waste management in Indonesia, and then the current of parties COP27 agreement as an instrument of state policy in handling in handling deforestation, a comparative study of Sweden and Indonesian governments, and also electronic policy combat sexual violence in Asia. So his insight and research have greatly influenced the policy of waste management, deforestation policies, mobilize international support for human rights, and also contributing to safer societies. So today, Professor Dr. Maskun, SHLLM, will share his talk, which promises to be both enlightening and thought-provoking. Ladies and gentlemen, his paper. Prof, time is yours, please.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And then thank you so much for the moderator, Ibu Pentri, to providing me the opportunity. And then also thank you so much for the Universitas Sawerigading for inviting me as the one of the people who will be the keynote speaker for our discussion for today. And let's ask, I share my what I'm thinking about the something that's really important related to what should we do, or then try to see how this can working together in terms of the based on the the theme of this conference today. I would like to discuss with all of you related to the reclaimed wastewater management, of course, in terms of the legal aspect point of view. The reason why I have to choose this actually because we really realize that one of the problem related to the when we talk about the waste, probably we in somehow we ignore the existence about wastewater. So that's why we have to think carefully related to it, because not only because we need waters freshly, but the most important thing is how we manage the waste, the water itself, including the waste coming from the water itself. And then for my presentation today, actually, I would like starting with the introduction, and then the second would like to talking about the regulation on the wastewater reclamation, and then subnational management of wastewater reclamation, best practices of reclaimed wastewater, and then of course in the end I would like to talk about the conclusion for our paper or our presentation today. If we see in 2022, the International Panel of Climate Change, IPCC, reported, and then we will find out then approximately 50% of the world's population suffer from the water scarcity. So it means the number of people need water, but in the same times the the supply of water is lack of from the people population. So that's mean suffering in terms of the water scarcity. The situation of course will worsen due to climate change and increasing population in the following years. So it will see the reason why we are in the position for the water scarcity, not only talking about the climate change. That's something that we all always blaming in terms of talking about the environmental law itself. But the most important thing also, in the same time, the number of the population in the world, time by time, year by year, tends to be increased in several countries actually, especially like we are in Indonesia, China, India, and some other countries. And if we see for the one of the driving factors in Indonesia is rapid demographic growth resulted in high demands for food and industrial expansion and the climate change. So we can see from Indonesia perspective itself also when we're talking about the the increasing of the population goes to the demographic growth itself, but in the same time also the area or the idea for demand for food and industrial expansion being one of the another factors actually influence for the situation as the IPCC reported. And then if we try to see what does it mean about the reclamation wastewater itself, actually, if we see some references and then we'll find out the reclamation wastewater means the process of converting a sewage or industrial wastewater into the water that can be reused for a variety of application, which can be used for road cleaning, irrigation, agriculture, landscape foundation, and then even industrial facility. That's one of the most important thing, how we have to think in the way that we reuse the water itself rather than just to throw away the water itself. And then if we have understanding about the reclamation of the wastewater. So the domestic waste itself means that water that has been used by a community and then which contains all the material added to the water during its use. It means this can be the waste can be resulted from the bedroom, latrines, kitchens, washing clothes, and then household appliances. This is one of the that we can say that happen surrounding us when we're talking about the wastewater itself. How we just use the water, but we lack of to think about how to manage the water itself to be reused for the purpose of some activities. If we see from the domestic wastewater, it seems to have less impact than industrial levels. In fact, due to the rapid development in urban areas, household produce more waste, and the content is higher than industrial waste. So if we see that approximately 60 to 75% of domestic wastewater is made up of household. So we can see, especially coming from the big population countries in Indonesia, like Indonesia, China, America, India, and so on. So it means the needs for the whole household itself for the population is becoming bigger and bigger. So it means we have to think in that the impact from the impact from the domestic wastewater which resulted, that means will be think to be reused. How about the regulation? So if we already identify about the wastewater itself, so how about the regulation on the wastewater reclamation? If we see from the global initiative to address wastewater management challenges, is essential for the effective management of wastewater, water resources, sustainable energy production, and then environmental sustainability. The process of urbanization is linked to a rise in water consumption and sewage production, which pose significant hurdle as the water resources becoming increasingly scarce. So with a recent report that showed that there has been a gradual increase and in the volume of untreated wastewater, with approximately 48% of a global wastewater production being released untreated into the environment. Wastewater discharge unharmful substances and materials into river and aquifers on land and underground has shown inadequacy of regulating water quality in the both surface and then subsurface water system. This is our condition right now. So if we see the number of the 48% of global wastewater, and then the 48% untreated well. So this is becoming a warning for us to see that this is one of the big problem in the future related to the wastewater, and then we have to thinking about how to reclaim. So based on the historical global initiative of the environment, we can see from this slide actually starting in 1947 goes to the 2020 in the World Summit on Sustainable Development. So we can see from the charges how the concentration or dimension for the water supply becoming the attention for all water around in the world. Actually, we talk about starting in the 1947, starting for the International Water Supply Association goes to the World Summit Sustainable Development in 2022. So it means that how actually discussion related to the waste, the water itself becoming the focus is on the countries, especially because we do realize about the increasingly the number of the people around the world. So if we see coming from the the historical coming from the global health as already our previous slide. So we can see the development of the water regulation and technology. If we still starting from starting in 1990, there is the establishment of the joint monitoring program that's created by the WHO and then UNICEF. And then 2 years later, in 1992, the International Conference on Water and the environment in Dublin set 4 guideline principles concerning water and then sustainable development. And in 2002, the World Summit on Sustainable Development in Johannesburg in 2022 took place in the Johannesburg. And then 4 years after, in 206, the 14th Summit Conference, the Non-Aligned Movement in Havana, Cuba. So if you see coming from started in 1990, goes into 2006. So it means during the 16 years, there are some meetings that's conducting by international institution or international organization, try to thinking how the water regulation is needed by the community, by the countries, because we do realize the number of the water is then time by time is like time by time. And then at the same times also based on some references, and then we can find out some principle also providing or discussing to see how those principles can be influenced in terms of the development of the water regulation. Let's see some principle. The first principle we can see sic uteretu ut alienum non laudes. So use your own property as not to injure your neighbor, the polluter pay principle, the precautionary principle, and the right to an environment that is free from harmful contaminants and then pollutants. So if we see coming from this principle, for me, this is a kind such because we do realize that principle of law is one of the source of the law itself. So it means as the source of the law itself, that's becoming this position is the same as goes to the treaty and the customary and so on. So if we see coming from this principle, so this principle will support some regulation that's created coming from the all institutional of the countries. So that's why if we find out in 2030, the agenda for sustainable development, one of the focuses on for the 2030 is actually how we guarantee that talking about the water is part of the sustainable development. So it means, in my point of view, that we have to realize also that we have to guarantee that the existence from the water that would be ready not only for the community itself but also for the people itself. So that's the way to avoid a water scarcity. How about the Indonesia as the sample from this research actually from the paper? So if we see coming from the subnational management of the wastewater reclamation in Indonesia, so we'll see I'm trying to segregate it in Indonesia based on the part Western Indonesia, Eastern Indonesia, and then Central Indonesia, and then seeing Indonesia as the big as one of the big countries actually. If we see in Western Indonesia, we'll find out that one of the provinces in Western Indonesia who regulate or who govern about the management of the wastewater reclamation is special city from Jakarta. So if we see it in Jakarta, we will find out. If we see it in Jakarta, we will find out the implementation and then governance. In Eastern Indonesia, we'll find out in Manokwari, in Papua. In Central Indonesia, there is Makassar and then Samarinda. And then if we'll see in Indonesia perspective itself, this management of the wastewater reclamation, we'll find out that Indonesia still need campaigning and then socializing for all provinces and then municipalities and then the region in terms of what I'm saying in terms of to see how the need of the regulation itself for the Indonesia. So it means that what I'd like to say in this part actually, we do hope that all provinces in Indonesia will have the management of wastewater reclamation regulation, as we already find out in DKI Jakarta, in West Papua, and then Makassar, and then Samarinda. So let's see the best practices of reclaimed wastewater as the comparison for the Indonesia, as the slide, the previous slide already mentioned. So if we see coming from the chart, this is the data sources coming from the WHO. We'll see that Australia and the New Zealand is the highest from the countries who has the wastewater flow safety treated. So it means that the Australia and then New Zealand is the best practices countries actually to see how the proportion of the wastewater flow treated well. And then we can also see in the Europe and then North America and then Northern Africa and Western in the Western Asia. So if we see this, if we see the chart actually, the best practices of reclaimed wastewater actually we'll see that countries tends to be more and more aware about how to reclaim wastewater in practice actually. So if I have to make it another comparison between cities in cities in Indonesia, so we can see in Yogyakarta, Singapore, and Chile. So you will see that the Yogyakarta right now they try to develop the technology to reclaim wastewater, and then to support the technologies, and they provided the regulation, including in the local regulation produced by the government, both in provincial and then the and then the district. either it's based on either in Singapore and then Chile. You will see that in Singapore and Chile also that we'll see how those countries actually providing us a best practice is how to to reclaim wastewater in practices and then can be treated well and then reuse and reproduce for the another purpose. So my conclusion from this paper actually wastewater management, especially in Indonesia, has been partly implemented by some provinces, districts, and then municipalities. But we need to the coherence of national regulation to local level policy instrument and reclaim wastewater management, as I already mentioned, to the Yogyakarta as the example. And then some Indonesian law needs to be synchronized to some international law and principle. This is one of the most important things, especially when we try to implement it, the rules, and then goes to the grassroots actually. So the government in the lowest level need to be touched by understanding the regulation, especially for the international law and then principle, and also for the national law itself. I think that's my explanation about the waterways. This is one of the something we have to be aware on it. I do realize also in some in some research or in some discussion, people tend to be, I think probably we do not interested in this in this area, but I can guarantee you that we have to learn together, because without us who try to thinking more about this water waste management, it will be something will be dangerous for the next generation. If I have to say in Makassar, for example, it's quite difficult for us to find out like reuse wastewater, domestic water in Makassar. It's quite difficult for us, but we do realize that this is one thing that we need to cooperation and collaboration in terms of the finding the best practices, not only for the Indonesia, but also for South Sulawesi, and especially for us in Makassar, including all institution and then university in Makassar. I think that's all my what I'm thinking right now, because I'm doing my research right now in terms of the wastewater management in Indonesia, and then I do hope that I can, share all my thought related to it, not only in terms of the law and regulation itself, but also thinking more and more of in the area of policy, in the area of what policy can be produced by the Indonesian government. I think that's all. Thank you again. Thank you so much for providing me a big opportunity to share my thought, to share my research, and then I hope it can bring advantages for us. Thank you. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Maskun, for that enlightening presentation. We appreciate your valuable insight and the depth of knowledge shared with us today related to reclaim wastewater management legal aspect point of view. And let me make some important point from what Prof. Maskun has presented today. So this is about reclaim wastewater. Reclamation wastewater means that converting sewage or industrial wastewater into road cleaning, irrigation, agriculture, landscape fountain, and also for industry. One of the most important important point that Prof. Maskun emphasized to us, that how we manage the fresh water is important, but also how we manage the wastewater is much more important also. Okay, and then several interrelated factors related to high demand of water, such as population growth, urbanization, agriculture needs, industrialization, climate change and also water inefficiency. As a society, sometimes we use water with inefficient ways. Okay, for the next, now we would like to open the floor for questions. I encourage all participants to engage with our speaker. Please feel free to raise your hand or use that chat function to submit your questions, and I will do my best to address them. Okay, I'd like to start for the first participant who would like to ask about reclaim wastewater management. Any? Please. Okay, while waiting, I'm going to ask one question from the chat box. Okay, Prof? I'm going to read some questions. Thank you very much. And the question is, Prof, what are the primary benefits of using reclaimed wastewater in agriculture compared to conventional water source? Like that. So what are the primary benefits of using reclaimed wastewater in agriculture compared to conventional water sources like sumur, sungai, river, and blah, blah, blah. Thank you, Prof. Please.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much, Ibu Pentri, and then also my appreciation for the question actually. So based on this, this research actually talking about the wastewater management, if you see the sources, the natural resources for the water itself, especially provided for the agriculture, in agriculture. So it means if we just, try to see the existence for the water is that only comes from natural. So it means when we find out, like right now in Indonesia, we are right now in the dry season,
Dry season.
In the dry season. So it means that there is no, for the water is there for the to be supplied for the agriculture season. Otherwise, in one side, actually, every day we produce the wastewater that's coming for the bedroom and so on. One of the big problem actually, because we do not have technology to to reuse those domestic water to be produced, to reproduce, and then can be used for the water that can be applied or that can be traded to the agricultural side. So in this area, actually, I don't think that we have to see which is good or not. But the most important thing is that how we treat the domestic waste to be more and more useful, and that bring benefit from us, not only in the area of the agriculture itself, but most things that we can, that as already I mentioned in my slide, actually providing for the including the cleaning the road, for example, in somehow, because there are so many dust actually, and so that's what one thing it's really simple, and then in some way we don't thinking more deeply about the situation right now. But let's take an example, laundry. In Makassar, for example, Indonesia example, every single blocks in housing, that's really easy to find out the laundry. The question, critical question, how's about the the domestic waste coming from the laundry? Who's take benefit? There is no technology. So if we thinking more in the area to take some benefit, so we have to think how to reproduce the domestic waste coming from the laundry to be more and more. And then when we manage when we manage all these domestic waste, so it means that we can attain advantages not only for the agricultural side, but mostly there are so many things that we can take advantage on it. I think that's all. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. So we have to make very good collaboration with the government, to make the good technology for the water. Okay, for the reuse water, reclaim water, wastewater. Okay, for the second questions, still from Sawerigading. Let me read. What's it? Wait a minute. Okay, this one. Okay. This is about the wastewater in urban areas. Okay. So what are the environmental impact? Is there any environmental impact of using reclaimed wastewater in urban areas? This is wastewater in urban areas again. Okay, please, Prof.
Thank you so much. When we're talking about the urban area, means we do not, putting them between kota and desa in Indonesia. So, urban area means then in desa. But one of the challenges right now in terms of the climate change itself, we think we are in this situation right now. How we feel lack of the supplying of water for the community in southern area. So it means if we take this situation right now in the dry season right now, and then bringing back to the suburban area in the desa, for example, and then you can we can see how difficult a situation in the desa is. So that's why at the same time also you will see the situation of the river itself in some sources of the water itself is in a bad situation right now, talking in the area for the dry season. But in the same times, of course, the domestic waste we produce, including this, how you can see in household in desa itself, for example. And then when they produce the domestic waste in house, for example, in household aspect, for example, that's after they reuse, they use the water and then done, because there is no.
Sampai situ di depan itu anterin dulu ke kantor ya.
So
Itu nanti saya kena itu lagi tuh dari atas.
Excuse me. The committee, please handle.
Okay, so that's the situation. That's the situation we can understand that how people in desa, we can teach them how to to try to to use the water in the environmental friendly or the friendly situation. I think that's one thing. If you ask me how to do it, that's the big challenging for us, because this is still I'm thinking and I'm doing also the research on it, because I do realize that not all people thinking about we just use the water, but we don't thinking that after use this is a kind of the wastewater, so our perspective it would be different, but we have to thinking that water itself it can be the waste when we do not treat the water in appropriate way. So that's the idea. So in terms of this discussion, actually I don't think that we have to make it a dichotomy between kota and desa. But the most important things that we have in the same situation between kota and desa right now, it would be different if we discussed 20 or 30 years ago. But if we discuss right now, there is no differences between the water, the existence of the water resources coming from the kota and the desa. They will be the same. So that's why the reason is why I'm doing my research until right now, because I do realize that this will be because I'm coming from the legal perspective. So I'm trying to thinking about in first thing in the area of the law and regulation, but another thing that we have to link make it the links of bridging goes to the technology and some policies that's coming produced from the government itself. I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. And then also one input for maybe many participants as we are the lecture, and also for the students. Maybe the idea is for how to say in English like PKM or KKN maybe. This is one of the way, one of the way to promote this, to help many people, to teach them about the importance of reclaimed wastewater. Thank you very much for a really nice idea, Prof. Okay, as our friend as lecturer, please run this in PKM and KKN. This is really nice idea. Okay, and the last question, Prof. I'm so sorry still because this topic is really interesting. What regulatory concepts are suitable for reducing wastewater, Prof? This is about the regulation concept. This is related to
Thank you
lingkungan
so much.
or hukum lingkungan? Yes.
I think when we're talking about the regulation, so it can be goes to the when we're talking about the wastewater reclamation management, so it can be goes to the international side, international water law, international environmental law, international human rights law. It can be. So that's why in my perspective, actually talking about the idea of regulation, I'm starting from the 1972 when the Declaration of the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment Health in Stockholm. So that goes to the Stockholm 1972. And then jump to the in 1990 in Johannesburg, and then 10 years later in 1972, 1990, and then 2002 in Johannesburg. So that's one thing. The second thing, when we're talking about degradation, also we have to thinking about the area of the principle I already mentioned. Why we need the principle? Because as the source of the international law, it can be supported the law itself. So if we put it the law, for example, as I already mentioned, goes to the Stockholm and then in Johannesburg. So we really see that in Johannesburg in 2002. So we can see that how the countries time by time more aware to more and more aware to the existence of the water itself. So how the regulating the wastewater and then protecting in the area for the environment into, and of course in terms of the addressing the environmental side, not only we're talking about the issue of dumping the waste goes to the sea or goes to the land itself, but the most important is that how we do hope the state and then the government emphasize the necessity to intensify water pollution in order to reduce health hazard and then protect the ecosystem. So that's the concept, the basic concept, actually the basic concept we try to produce in terms of the why we have to make it the regulation in terms of the wastewater, because we have to guarantee that there is no pollution coming from the wastewater oneself, because of course if there is pollution, it will be impact not only for us as human being for the reducing the health hazard, but also for the the ecosystem. So when we talk about the ecosystem, so it means we're talking about the big screen of the environment itself, how to to protect the groundwater contamination because of our activities as human being. So those are actually the concept that we have to see in practices, especially for the countries. Actually, in some argue, in some discussing, actually we do realize that we need some also the transparent limitation and then appropriate procedures for the disposal of the wastewater. So this is, a quite big and then wide board for discussion under the wastewater in terms of the including the regulation itself, because we're talking from the international level goes to the national level. National level would be in the center of the government, the provincial and the district. So it means that those deregulation side also, so thinking in the impact for one thing for the environment and the second thing for the human beings. So when we have to thinking when we treatment the waste, the domestic wastewater, so it means that we care to the human rights perspective, for example. So this is one things that we can develop the idea or another research actually to see how the wastewater as the domestic wastewater can be have connected to the another side as I already mentioned before. And then we can learn from the Jakarta, Makassar, Samarinda, and then Manokwari as the good example for us, especially for to providing what we call scale domestic water management system. So how we make it the domestic wastewater management system in an appropriate way to be reused and to be reused and treatment for another purpose itself. I think that's one thing. That's one thing we have to thinking. And another one before I ended my explanation related to this question. Actually, you can see based on the data, 4% from the accumulated for the wastewater each day sourced from 8 out 13 river polluted from domestic and industry. So you can see 4% from the accumulated from the wastewater each day sourced from 8 out of 13 river polluted from domestic and industry. So you can see this is a big challenge, a big situation. Then we need our contribution as the not only as the lecturer but also as the probably the institution or I don't know NGO something to be more and more aware based on the as I already mentioned about the data. If you see some data goes to the area of the how reclaim wastewater from various sources. I think that's all my explanation to the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for answering the question from Rashida Usman. Okay, and I'm so sorry for the other participants who are going to ask the questions since we have really limited time. And the last, I would like to say thank you very much, Professor Maskun, for your insight and thoughtful, provoking presentation. Your expertise on reclaim wastewater management has provided us with valuable perspective
I'm
that
still learning actually for this research. Actually, I'm still learning. I don't say that I'm an expert on it, but in the area of the climate change environment, I something Bupentri.
Yeah, Prof. But your knowledge that you share to us for today is really help us really give us motivation how we can hold our wastewater start from the little area, start from our own home. Okay, and then thank you very much, Prof. You provide us with valuable perspective that will undoubtedly enrich our discussion throughout the conference. Professor, appreciate the time and effort you took to share your knowledge with us. Thank you very much, Prof.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much. Okay, the committee, we are
Good.
going to move to the next keynote speaker.
Yes. Good morning, my dear Professor Luis. Are you
Good morning.
there?
Greetings. Yes, I'm here. Greetings. Hello.
Thank you so much, my dear Professor.
You're
The early morning, I think, as 7 or 8 a.m. in Portugal.
Okay.
yes, 7:30. 7:30.
7:30. Wow.
Yes. Good
Really,
good
that's
time to
really
start our day. Good time to start our day with a great connection to Indonesia.
Thank you so much for again and again. Ibu Fendri, go on.
Okay. Good afternoon and also good morning. It is my pleasure to introduce young Professor Dr. Luis Miguel Olivia de Barros Cardoso, PhD, who is Department of Language and Communication, Specialty of Comparative Literature from the Faculty of Letters of the University of Coimbra, Portugal, 2007, and for his Classical Studies from the Faculty of Letters of the University of Coimbra, Portugal, also in 1996, and for his degree in Humanities, Teaching of Portuguese, Latin, and Greek, Faculty of Letters, University of Viseu, Portugal, 1991. Adjunct Professor Dr. Luis Miguel Oliveira de Barros Cardoso, PhD, is also active, invited keynote speaker in the national and international conferences, including Australia, Brazil, Spain, France, United Kingdom, United Arab Emirates, Pakistan, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Mozambique, India, and China. And today, we are excited to hear his perspective that he's going to share through his paper. So please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Luis Oliveira Cardoso, PhD, to the paper. Prof, please.
Thank you so much. And once again, good morning and greetings from Portugal. It's a great pleasure and a great honor to be here. And first of all, I would like to thank the kind invitation that was made by my dearest friend and professor, Dr. Andy Asrifan. Thank you, Dr. Andy, and congratulations on your great work. I would like to thank our host. Thank you so much for your kind introduction. And of course, I would like to say hello and address my warm greetings to all the participants, esteemed colleagues and esteemed friends from Indonesia that are here today in order to start this voyage regarding a very interesting topic that I'm sure is creating a lot of interest and most of all is creating some challenges and even some doubts regarding our crossroad about artificial intelligence. So my dear colleagues, esteemed friends, allow me to share some ideas, some key elements here for us to understand why we have to address AI, thinking about ethics and thinking about why we need a legal framework regarding these challenges, namely in education and in higher education as well. So I would like to begin this journey quoting Audrey Azoulay, as we all know, UNESCO Director General. And during the Global Forum on Ethics of AI, well, she left us a key question Together, we must answer the following question: will be actors or merely spectators in the AI revolution? So, my dear friends, my dear colleagues, this is a very interesting question, a challenging question indeed, because AI revolution is affecting everyone and every domains of our society nowadays, namely higher education. So we have here an option. Either we become active in understanding AI, either we become active in understanding the frameworks, the limitations and challenges of AI, or we will become mere actors, passive spectators regarding this huge transformation, this huge AI revolution. So let us try to create here a path. For example, in this year, a survey was made including 770 startups and emerging companies that were analyzed in order to try to define the top 10 industry trends and innovations. And I'm sure you can see that we have here a lot of very important trends and innovations. And each and every one of these trends and innovations would be interesting to analyze. For example, advanced robotics, the Internet of Everything, digital twin, 3D printing, big data analytics. But the core question here is, what are we thinking right now regarding artificial intelligence? Because artificial intelligence is connected with all these trends. AI is connected with all these innovations. So we cannot separate the path of AI with the path, for example, of advanced robotics or security, transparency, and privacy. So AI is our major challenge and perhaps our major concern regarding this first decade of this 21st century. So what are we thinking? What are we analyzing right now regarding AI in higher education institutions? So, of course, we all agree, and according to recent studies, I'm sharing just one of those studies, that with intelligent algorithms, learning systems are becoming more and more interesting, more and more challenging, namely because we can have tailored solutions regarding individual needs. So this means that AI can help us create new approaches with personalized and effective learning. So institutions are now developing better strategies in order to support the use of AI and other AI-related technologies regarding the learning process. And of course, this is also enhancing our possibilities about accessibility in higher education. And we are all struggling here regarding our aims about 2030, for example. We have here key questions to be answered regarding 2030, and we have here a common horizon that we all want to achieve. So we are trying to create a more inclusive, efficient, and innovative future for education. And AI is helping us creating this new approach. So as far as students and educators and academic staff are concerned, I'm sure we all agree that we have here a lot of good reasons to choose AI regarding the way AI is changing our procedures, is changing the way we are, for example, addressing curriculum. We are understanding the need to create new degrees, to create new bonds and connections with the labor market. So everything here is about how to address this new horizon. Nevertheless, we have here key questions here that haven't been yet well received or understood, because we have questions about security. We have questions about how AI is affecting the nature of learning. And of course, we have also here a lot of questions regarding legal frameworks and even morality. So this leads us to the second level of understanding AI, ethics, and the legal framework. So we are analyzing issues like resilience, like reliance, like privacy concerns, and even bias. So, of course, we have a lot of advantages. We can now customize solutions regarding individual problems in our classrooms, and that is great, and that is an awesome advantage in higher education institutions, of course. But we have to understand that this also creates limitations regarding how to use AI in an ethical approach, and how to use AI when we are starting to develop a new paradigm. And this new paradigm regarding education and higher education must prioritize human control over AI and ensure that AI is used to improve teachers' and students' capacities. And this is vital, my dear colleagues and my dear friends, to create here a correct approach regarding AI. So this involves research, this involves investment in technological infrastructure, for example, more teacher training programs, training of teaching staff, and of course, a new approach regarding curricula, suitable curricula to connect with AI and establish new priorities regarding AI. So there is still a lot of work ahead of us. So what are we doing right now regarding AI, legal frameworks and ethics frameworks as well? We have here several examples that I could share, but just allow me to share a very interesting report from the European Commission entitled The Impact of Artificial Intelligence on Learning, Teaching, and Education. So, of course, the European Commission is now analyzing the way AI is impacting education and higher education. So our educational systems are now facing this dilemma. Either we accept AI and we try to understand how AI can be an extraordinarily helpful tool regarding education, or we can leave AI behind and we are forgetting a great opportunity to develop our universities, to develop our polytechnics, and to go ahead with major changes regarding teacher training programs, regarding our degrees, regarding new approaches about curricula. So we have to try to understand the impact of AI. So understanding the impact of AI in learning, teaching, and education is, of course, vital for us to define our common future. And of course, our common future is that we must anticipate all these dilemmas. Again, quoting Audrey Azoulay, AI is bringing us a lot of benefits, but is also creating a lot of key questions here, because we have 3 different levels of approach regarding AI and connecting AI with the SDG for Education 2030. So we have student-facing AI, for example, to enable adaptive lifelong learning. We have teacher-facing AI to augment teachers' capacities. And we have system-facing AI to enhance education management. And all this is leading to a transformation of education and learning, as we all know. So, for example, when you think about access to education, lifelong learning companions, collaborative learning, we have here a lot of very interesting solutions that are now being created with the help of AI. So the framework so far is indeed quite positive. But when we try to understand how AI is changing everything, we come across some questions and perhaps some dilemmas. So one of these questions is, what are we doing about digital rights and principles? For example, so is AI creating an opportunity for us to enhance key elements like solidarity, like inclusion, like freedom of choice, like participation, like safety and security, like sustainability, and most of all, is AI putting in danger this key element that is always people at the center? And I'm sure we all agree these are very interesting and challenging questions here. For example, we all heard the presentation from the previous keynote speaker, and sustainability is, of course, one of our priorities regarding our common future. So how is AI helping us to, for example, to predict major climate changes? So I'm sure that we have a lot of studies analyzing and detailing how AI is helping do this. But what about freedom of choice? Is AI giving us more freedom of choice, or is AI making us think about freedom of choice? Is AI giving us more safety and security, or is AI creating more dilemmas about safety and security? Because when we think about this key element, people at the center, and now again I'm quoting the European Union report, digital technology should protect people's rights, support democracy, and ensure that all digital players act responsibly and safely. And this is our major concern. So if we connect this idea, people at the center, with AI, I think we are on track with this major and huge positive revolution. So analyzing the impact of AI is all about analyzing the connection with AI, with human rights, ethical principles, and learning. And learning here is a vital element. What are we all learning about AI and with AI? And these are two levels regarding the same approach. And how is learning about AI and learning with AI changing curriculum, for example? So we have to think about design, implementation, and governance of AI for public awareness, explainability, fairness, transparency, and accountability. And we cannot forget how AI is also connected with the human rights. So is participation, accountability, non-discrimination, empowerment, and legality, are all these elements being assured with the development of AI solutions? So let us try to establish here some principles for AI in education. So we have a lot of options, of course. We have a lot of opportunities. Yes, we all agree. And let us try to understand, for example, one of the most important elements here, that is purpose. And purpose here is how to use AI to help all students achieve educational goals. And if we are using AI to do this, then our purpose is correct, of course. Number two, compliance. Reaffirm adherence to existing policies. But the question here is, what policies? Do we have enough policies regarding AI? Do we have enough policies regarding ethics? Do we have enough policies regarding legal issues? Knowledge. Of course, we need to promote AI literacy because we have to understand AI. We have to understand the positive characteristics, and we have to understand that we have here a lot of challenges. And also the balance, realize the benefits of AI and address the risks. Also integrity, advance academic integrity with the use of AI, because AI is changing higher education landscape. And then agency, maintain human decision-making when using AI. So we cannot separate man from AI, that's impossible. And then evaluation, regularly assess the impacts of AI. We have to monitor everything. And we have to try to analyze the impact of AI on a daily basis. So we have here key elements, key questions regarding AI. And these questions are becoming issues. For example, intellectual property rights. Does the copyright belong to the AI developer, the user, or does the AI itself have any rights? And this is an interesting question. Current intellectual property laws are not equipped to handle such questions. As far as we know, we do not have enough legal frameworks, international and national speaking, to address these issues. Privacy and data protection, for example. AI systems often require vast amounts of data, raising concerns, of course, about user consent. Are we doing enough regarding user consent? Are we doing enough regarding data protection and privacy? And of course, we have to ensure compliance with regulations, And the question now is, do we have enough regulations? Do we have international and national regulations that ensure us that we are using an absolutely 100% and complete legal framework? And the answer is, we have to work harder. Liability and accountability. When an AI system makes a decision that leads to harm, who is liable? So, who is responsible, my dear friends? Transparency and explainability. Legal requirements increasingly demand that AI systems have to be transparent, and their decisions have to be explainable, especially in critical sectors like healthcare and criminal justice. So, is everything crystal clear about healthcare and criminal justice when we are analyzing how AI is being used right now? That is a very interesting question. Bias and discrimination. Many AI systems can perpetuate and even amplify, and this is a serious problem, even amplify biases present in their training data. So, are we doing enough to prevent this? Intellectual property. Of course, AI can process huge quantities of data, as we all know. And without much noteworthy human intervention, this can be transformed into AI-generated output. So the discussion here is how to treat any intellectual property rights when we are thinking about these outputs. So are these outputs connected with the AI simply, or should we create a bond between these outputs and the creators of the AI? So legal implications of generative AI, for example, have been analyzed by the Deloitte Corporation. So allow me to share some of the most interesting conclusions from this report from Deloitte regarding the legal implications of generative AI. So AI-generated output as a copyright protective work, first of all, make us think about copyright law. And how can we address copyright law when we do not have enough legal frameworks today? Generative AI outputs can have an author, because AI is collecting data. Where is this data coming from? Where are the authors? Because we have the authors, but who is controlling this? Jurisdiction will have a role in determining whether a granting, for example, a copyright to the user complies with the purpose of copyright laws. So, do we have enough copyright laws? Another interesting question. Regarding these laws and regarding these frameworks, allow me to share two examples. The European Parliament stated in a resolution, the resolution was published in October 2020, that works created independently by an AI system are not currently eligible for copyright protection. Second, the US Copyright Office issued a statement in March 2023 that copyright protection does not extend to works generated by AI, except to the extent of which the human had creative control over the work's expression and actually formed the traditional elements of authorship. So these are very delicate questions. Another key element, personal data and confidentiality. So when data qualifies as personally identifiable information, we have to understand that data protection laws have to apply either locally or regionally. But do we have enough local and regional support regarding AI and an AI framework regarding legal and ethics, for example? So different organizations have to analyze very carefully and consider proper categorization of data regarding the connection and the use of AI. So organizations must ensure data is processed lawfully, securely, and confidentiality. And when using generative AI, organizations should pay specific attention to these aspects. Explain the logic behind AI-powered automation decisions. So what is the logic behind AI-powered automated decisions? Organizations should consider whether they must limit or exclude personal data from the training set, because AI generative platforms will use this information. Some generative AI systems seem to be somehow invoking their legitimate interests for processing personal data for system training purposes. The problem is that they will retain this information and they will use this information. And of course, we have to analyze criminal convictions, medical health, biometric data. These are all challenging questions, my dear friends. And what we are asking now, are we doing everything that can be done regarding protection of information, data protection, regarding, for example, medical health, regarding biometric data? We have to be very careful regarding the collection of biometric data. These are questions about security, but also about our legal right to privacy. So what about rights? Well, the right to access and request a copy of personal information. This is a very important right. Ask for the rectification of inaccurate data. this is again a very important right. Request human intervention in AI automated decisions. This is vital, my friends, to, of course, have a thorough intervention regarding legitimate interests when we are processing and analyzing questions. Confidentiality. Generative AI models can many times learn and reproduce sensitive information, present and training data. And of course, businesses also need to be aware of their own confidentiality obligations. The question is, are businesses and are organizations doing enough about confidentiality? So, what measures can we consider adopting regarding AI and regarding, for example, legal implications of generative AI? So, let us try to follow these key questions, my dear colleagues. Should data access be limited to authorized personnel? What roles should physical and logical access control mechanisms, such as authentication systems, play? What specific policies and procedures for the use of generative AI tools will be adopted? And how will they be maintained and compliance audited? Will policies and procedures be adapted, ensuring the exercise of individual rights, for example, data deletion? What training and awareness sessions for employees on the ethical, lawful, and secure use of this technology are appropriate? And how do supply chain audits and controls impact organizations, whether they are a supplier or recipient of services provided by AI generative? What technical and organizational measures should be put in place to ensure organizations and the personal or confidential data they retrieve or ingest are protected? Will legal specialists and technologists be involved in designing of controls to protect personal data and confidentiality? So these are very important questions when we are trying to analyze the impact of AI in our society, and namely in our educational systems and in higher education institutions. So what is happening in our universities? What is happening in our polytechnics, for example? Well, AI is changing everything. AI is changing the way we are teaching. AI is changing the way we are learning. And of course, is changing the way we are conducting research. So key areas of change, according to a recent study by Elsevier published in 2022, include, of course, AI and machine learning tools that are changing the shape of science. So AI tools, of course, are already in use. They are helping us, namely in medicine schools, health schools, engineering, architecture, education. And these are excellent solutions to predict, to analyze, to test, to try to evaluate consequences. But on the other hand, we have here the ethical approach. So it's not just about ethics, it's also about the need to create a balance, esteemed colleagues, between human and machine, and how to create this balance to avoid bias and to avoid manipulation. Because I think we all agree that technologies such as the Internet of Things, big data, AI, robots are some of the most important trends in education. And of course, in our society in this 21st century. But again, when we think about progress, when we think about development, when we think about technology, we also have to think about ethics. And we also have to think about legal frameworks. A lot of work is being done internationally. A lot of work has been done by the United Nations, by UNESCO, by the European Commission, by the OECD, by the World Economic Forum regarding AI. So when we think about AI and we think about the need for example, to have new reports about the impact of AI, we have a lot of literature right now that we can access, we can analyze, and can help us understand these key questions, and can help us understand all these challenges. But it's up to us to decide the most important element here. And again, I quote Audrey Azoulay. If we are to make the most of the possibilities offered by AI to the world, we must ensure that it serves humanity. And when we are analyzing the benefits of AI, and if these benefits with ethics and legal frameworks are truly helping humanity, then we are on track with the bright side of progress, with the bright side of humanity, with the bright side of connection between education and technology. And these, my friends, have to be our major priorities regarding the connection between education and technology in this first decade of the 21st century. So thank you so much for this journey regarding AI in education, in our society, and namely for us to understand our key options here, our challenges, and some issues that we have to address in order to understand AI as a tool, but also a tool that has to be evaluated by humans. Let us not forget that humanity comes first. Thank you, my dear colleagues, esteemed friends. It was indeed a great pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you.
Ibu Fentri, Ibu Fentri, are you there, Ibu Fentri? Ibu Fentri.
Okay, thank you very much for
Yes.
Professor Olera Debati. Yes, sir. Excuse me?
Yes, yes, I'm here. I'm here. Yes, hello. It seems I missed your previous comment. Sorry.
Ibu Fentri, are you there? Okay, thank you so much. I think Professor Luis for your insightful presentation. That's really great. Still the previous in the some conference around the globe, you show really insightful and informative presentation actually in about the AI. I think AI is one of the important element in this some sector, not only in education, but also in some sector of the world. So, I think we have one question from the floor. Uh, from the floor, yes. Uh, any question? I is the participant. So, any question? Kindly raise your hand. Yeah, I think we have one question, my dearest professor. So,
Yes.
uh, how can this is about the ethical consideration in using AI actually in academic writing. So I think there are some researchers also use the fully in AI. We underline here, fully in AI to write academic writing, starting from the background until how to show the data and present the data. So they didn't take the data in the field in the participant, but they just analyze by using AI, and then after until they publish their work in the reputable journal. So, what do you think about this one, my dear professor?
It's a very interesting question, my dear Professor Dr. Andy Azrifan. We have here some levels regarding your complex question. First of all, what can we do in our universities? This is the first level regarding the question. So we have some tools, we have some instruments that we can use. For example, our universities have a code of ethics, and what is happening now is that all universities are changing the code of ethics, incorporating how AI can be used, the limitations regarding AI, information about the use of AI. So this is, of course, one of the most important tools that we have to share with the community, with the academic community, with our fellow colleagues, our fellow researchers, with our students. So a code of ethics is very, very important in our universities to determine a framework regarding how to use AI. Second, we have to understand that, for example, all journals and conferences are also using a set and a definition of characteristics regarding the use of AI. For example, a lot of journals are now asking for, let us, for example, analyze the question of plagiarism. We cannot exceed the percentage of plagiarism. So what is happening now is that AI is also being evaluated by journals when AI is being used, and if AI is being used in a way that is not correct, that is not proper. So we have to create regulatory frameworks, namely the code of ethics, but also self-regulatory procedures for us to understand that AI is just a tool. And this is affecting, for example, how our students are using generative AI. So our students have to be trained, and many colleagues have to be trained on how to use AI, because AI, of course, can be very helpful. It's a powerful tool with extraordinary potentialities. AI can help us a lot, can help teachers, can help researchers, can help our students. Yes, we all agree on that. But sometimes students lack the information, for example, to analyze the outputs created by AI generative solutions. And many times they accept the solutions without verifying the data they receive. And it is very, very important for them to analyze the data received from these sources and try to check if all data is correct. Because many times AI-generated content contains bias, contains elements that are not true, contains elements that need correction. And our students have to understand this because AI-generated contents are not perfect. And second, AI-generated solutions do not substitute mankind, do not substitute our efforts as researchers, and do not substitute our efforts as teachers and as students. So AI is just a tool, like many others. It has excellent properties, it has excellent characteristics, it has huge potential, but has to be understood. And we have to train our teachers. We have to train our students how to use AI in the right way, in the proper way, in a correct way, how to address the challenges, how to address the issues, how to address the outputs, how to address everything that is created by generative AI. So these are two paths regarding your question. First of all, the code of ethics in our university, incorporating some rules about how to use AI. And second, we have to create teacher training programs for teachers and also to train our students in the right way to use AI. So if we are going ahead with AI, and we are going ahead with AI, we have to be prepared. So we have to analyze the impact of AI. How can we do this? We have to anticipate everything. So we have to anticipate scenarios. We have to anticipate difficulties. But we also have to anticipate how AI can help us a lot. So AI is not perfect, but it is a great tool. And again, an advice regarding our students. Dear students, AI is just a tool. It cannot substitute your work. It cannot substitute your heart. It cannot substitute your mind. It cannot substitute your words, your characteristics that define you as human beings. So it's just a tool for you to use. So let us use AI in a correct way. Okay? Let us not forget ethics. Let us not forget that AI must have rules.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
It is a very complex question, but I'm sure we could go on and discuss how this could take us to another different level regarding the need to teacher training and help our students understand the qualities, but also the challenges.
Yes, thank you so much. That's really wonderful, my dear professor. That's why my recent publication, a book chapter published in the IGI publisher. So I in the chapter book titled "Leveraging Futuristic Machine Learning and the Next Generational Security for E-Governments." So I published a paper that just now you present in the chapter 24 that I published, that synergizing human and machine innovation in knowledge discovery and management. That's really great, and that's I think we I agree that AI just a tool. AI, human and machine, that's really different, really different. Machine cannot doesn't have heart, doesn't have any they just we the communication human communication and machine communication is, I think, that's really different. So that's the AI, especially in education, we can conclude that based on your presentation that AI in education offer personalized learning experiences, enhances student engagement, and streamless administrative tasks. And then I think AI also, based on your presentation just now, can adapt to individual learning style, providing the tailored feedback and support. And however, its integration, right, is concerned about the ethical aspect in academic writing, and the use of AI generated content challenges originality, authorship, intellectual property writing, and this crucial to maintain academic integrity by ensuring that AI aids learning rather than replacing human effort. That just now, I think, in the last sentence, your state, my dear professor, and proper citation, transparency, and ethical use of AI tool are essential to uphold the authority of academic work, or academic research, and fostering a responsibility and fair learning environment, ladies and gentlemen. Really insightful presentation, my dear professor, in the name of Universitas Sawerigading and all the academic here around the globe. Really, thanks for your sharing today. Really insightful and available for us in to motivate us sharing each other around the globe. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dear professor. Thank you,
Thank
and
you.
thank you so much, dear professor.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Dr. Andy Asrifan. As always, it's a great pleasure to be with you. And again, thank you so much for inviting, and thank you so much for your university's invitation, of course. I would like to thank your university and your esteemed director, of course, and also would like to thank our host and all the esteemed colleagues that were here today during this path, this journey regarding the challenges and the issues about ethics and legal approaches regarding AI. And you summarize it perfectly, my dear professor. So again, thank you so much for inviting me, and I hope we can meet soon in another opportunity. Thank you so much.
Sure, professor. Not
Thank
only
you so much.
not only in online, but also we plan to invite some professor here. We have Professor Luis, Professor Gul El Kubayram, and other professor to visit Indonesia again, inshallah.
That would be
Okay,
extraordinary. That would be extraordinary. Thank you so much, dear Professor Andy. See you
thank
soon.
you,
See you soon. See
thank
you
you,
soon.
thank you, thank you,
See you soon.
professor. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So we move to the next keynote speaker. So will be handled by Ibu Fadila Jamila SH LLM as moderator. Are you here, Ibu Fadila?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you, Mr.
okay,
Asrifan.
okay. Thank you. Thank you. Floor is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good afternoon, everyone. Perhaps it's good morning in several countries. So for the third sessions, we already heard the excellent presentations from Prof. Maskun and also Prof. Louis. Now we are moving to the third speaker. We will be having Associate Professor Dr. Gul Erkol Bayram from Sinop University, School of Tourism and Hotel Management, Department of Tour Guiding, Turkey. Are you here, Dr. Gul? Okay, excellent. First, we would like to apologize for the time schedule. We are running a little bit late. So let me introduce you a little bit first before you go through your presentation. So Dr. Gul Erkom is focusing her research interest in tourism, tour guiding, tourism management, organizational behavior, tourism planning and policy, host community reactions toward tourism development, alternative tourism, and also alternative tourism types. She is currently teaching in Sinop University in Turkey since 2020, according to her CV, and she has been writing a lot of books and publications, which is very related to the tourism. without wasting any more time, I will give the floor to Dr. Gul with kindly reminder not to pass 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Jamila, and greetings to all. Assalamu alaikum to my dear sisters and brothers from Turkey. Today we had a great honor and pleasure to being with you today. Before this conference, we also have signed Mo with us, and also we are a great honor for this. Thank you so much again. I would like to show my presentation. I hope you can see my PPT well. Today, I would like to mention about some legal challenges and opportunities in sustainable tourism development. And is there any possibility balancing economic growth and environmental protection? Our content is here. Firstly, I will take understanding sustainable tourism development and legal framework governing sustainable tourism, and some challenges in implementing sustainable tourism practices, and our opportunities for advancing sustainable tourism also. Firstly, we can start with understanding sustainable tourism development. In many areas and countries, it is possible to say that sustainable tourism is a very trendy topic, since if we want to use our resources, cultural, social, and natural resources and beauties and heritage also, we have to think firstly to protect them and to sustain them, and also to proceed their next level for future generations. This is also the human rights, toward human rights in the legacy. And I can say that if we want to be more respectful citizens, we have to protect our future generations and our children's rights. Maybe they cannot know anything about their currently resources, and to sustain and to access them in the future, it is also another human rights according to the literature. We can start with the definition and importance of sustainable tourism. This is a big context, and we can define simply that is a form of tourism that meets the needs of present tourists and host regions while protecting and enhancing opportunities for the future. It emphasizes minimizing environmental impact, promoting cultural integrity, and ensuring economic viability for local communities. Sustainable tourism is important for economic growth since it plays a crucial role in fostering economic growth by creating jobs, generating income, and supporting local business. It encourages responsible travel practices that can lead to a long-term economic benefits without compromising the ecological and cultural resources of the destination. The importance of sustainable tourism lies in its potential to protect natural ecosystems and biodiversity. By promoting environmentally friendly practices, it helps mitigate the adverse effects of tourism and ensuring that natural resources are preserved for future generations while enhancing the overall visitor enhancement. We have some key principles of sustainable tourism. Firstly, it is mostly related with environmental stewardship. Sustainable tourism emphasizes the responsible management of natural resources and ensuring that tourism activities do not deplete or degrade the environment. This principle advocates for practices such as conservation, waste reduction, and the protection of biodiversity to maintain ecological balance. The second principle is community involvement. Engaging local communities in tourism development is crucial for sustainable practices. This principle promotes the inclusion of local voices in decision-making process, ensuring that tourism benefits are equitably distributed, that cultural heritage is respected and preserved. And economic viability is this last principle. Sustainable tourism seeks to create economic opportunities that are both profitable and sustainable over the long term. And this principle focuses on when we think the sustainable resources, to sustain the resources, it is also related with to think on economic viability. Economic impact of sustainable tourism is so important since we think about the community well-being and also balance in community development. And this comes with sustainable tourism. Even we are agree or not, sustainable tourism gives us both protecting our nature and culture and to gain our economical value. Firstly, sustainable tourism gives us job creation and income generation. Sustainable tourism contributes significantly to job creation and income generation in local communities, providing employment opportunities in various sectors such as hospitality, transportation, local crafts, food and beverage management, recreational management, thereby enhancing the overall economic stability of the region. And the second issue is that investment in local infrastructure. The economic impact of sustainable tourism often leads to increased investment in local infrastructure, including transportation, sanitation, and public services, which not only benefits tourists, but also it improves the quality of life for residents and supports a long-term community development. And finally, sustainable tourism promotes local businesses. Since many of us can see some big business composed by and owned by big people, not local people, and also with small investments. But by sustainable tourism, we invite local people to make jobs and to gain from them. This can lead to balanced economic developments between all social communities. By prioritizing local products and services, sustainable tourism fosters the growth of small and medium-sized enterprises, encouraging visitors to engage with local culture and economy, which in turn strengthens community resilience and promotes sustainable economic practices. And environmental considerations in tourism first start with impact on natural resources. As I mentioned before, sustainable tourism development must consider the impact of tourism activities on natural resources, and we can include natural resources as water, land, biodiversity. Also, effective sustainable tourism management strategies are essential to prevent over-exploitation. And we have to control, we have to check regularly for our natural resources to ensure the preservation of ecosystem for future generations. The second issue is that climate change mitigation. The tourism sector contributes to greenhouse gas emissions, necessitating the implementation of practices that reduce carbon footprints. This includes promoting eco-friendly transportation options, energy-efficient accommodations, and sustainable waste management to combat climate change. And protecting biodiversity is a critical environmental consideration in tourism. Sustainable tourism practices should prioritize the conservation of wildlife habitats and promote responsible wildlife tourism, ensuring that tourism activities do not harm local flora and fauna. And now we can talk about the legal framework governing sustainable tourism. International laws on sustainable tourism that, firstly, global environmental agreements, international treaties such as Paris Agreement and Convention on Biological Diversity establish framework for countries to commit to sustainable practices, emphasizing the need for environmental protection in tourism development while balancing economic interests. The second important law is Sustainable Development Goals. The United Nations CDG provide a comprehensive agenda that includes targets for sustainable tourism, encouraging nations to integrate economic growth with environmental sustainability, thereby fostering responsible tourism practices globally. Regulatory compliance and enforcement. International laws necessitate compliance mechanisms for sustainable tourism practices, highlighting the importance of enforcement at national and local levels to ensure that tourism development aligns with environmental protection standards and legal obligations. National legislation and policies is also possible to see that framework sustainable tourism, national legislations plays an important role to a legal framework since it can support sustainable tourism development and ensure that economic growth aligns with environmental protection by regulations and policies. And effective national policies must balance the need for economic growth in the tourism sector with the imperative of environmental conservation, often requiring an innovative approach to integrate sustainability into tourism planning. And also, it is very important issue for us that stakeholders' engagement in policy information. It is possible to make policy and regulations within the context of sustainable tourism, but when we go into the practice, it cannot be possible to say that unsuitable stakeholder engagement. All stakeholders must be in harmony and they should act in one line. Also, local regulations is so important since local regulations play a critical role in shaping sustainable tourism practices by establishing guidelines that promote environmental protection, resources management, and community engagement, and ensuring that tourism development align with local ecological and cultural context. Local governments often face the challenge of balancing economic development through tourism with the need to protect natural resources, leading to regulations that may prioritize short-term economic gains over long-term sustainability. And finally, we have same issue in stakeholders' engagement. In local perspective, community involvement in regulation, it must be. And effective local regulations are often developed through community involvement, allowing residents to voice their concern and preferences, and it enhances the legitimacy and effectiveness of tourism policies. We have some case studies regarding that. Firstly, Costa Rica's ecotourism laws. Costa Rica has implemented a robust legal framework that promotes ecotourism and it balances economic growth with environmental protection. The country's laws incentivize sustainable practices among tourism operators, leading to significant conservation efforts and biodiversity preservation. And the second also, European Union Sustainable Tourism Initiatives. The European Union has established various directives and regulations aimed at promoting sustainable tourism across member states. And Hawaii's land use regulations, Hawaii's comprehensive land use regulations exemplify the challenges and opportunities in sustainable tourism development. By enforcing strict zoning laws and environmental assessment, the state aims to protect its unique ecosystems while allowing for responsible tourism growth. And by the way, they will make a model for balancing development and economic growth. And finally, we have some challenges in implementing sustainable tourism practices. Since we have conflicts between economic growth and environmental protection, maybe you can read and maybe you can see on the internet or magazines, there are many conflicts whether it is possible to conduct environmental protection and economic growth. Since sometimes when we gain something and when we profit from resources in our world, it cannot be possible to protect them. But it is possible, and we can way to deal with it. Economic growth pressures, rapid economic growth often leads to increased tourism development, which can result in environmental degradation, habitat loss, and resource depletion, highlighting the tension between immediate economic benefits and long-term ecological sustainability. Legal frameworks may struggle to keep pace with the fast-evolving tourism industry and leading to conflicts where economic interests and prioritize over environmental protections, necessitating a re-evaluation of existing laws to better balance these competing demands. And conflicts frequently arise among stakeholders, local communities and businesses also. And legal barriers, sustainable practices composed of inflexible regulatory frameworks, conflict legislation, and limited enforcement mechanisms. Different levels of government may have conflict laws and regulations regarding land use, environmental protection, and tourism development, and leading to confusion and legal challenges that hinder the effective implementation of sustainable tourism practices. Enforcement issues, complementing and challenges. Many regions face significant gaps in the enforcement of existing environmental regulations, and this can lead to non-compliance among tourism operators. This can be a lack of oversight, often results in detrimental impacts on local ecosystems and undermines sustainable tourism initiatives. And ensuring accountability among diverse stakeholders, including government agencies, private sector operations, and local communities, is crucial for effective enforcement. And sometimes this can be conflicts in stakeholders and their legal implications. Conflicts often arise from different priorities of stakeholders in sustainable tourism, including government agencies, local communities, and private business, each advocating for their own economic, environmental, social interests, and which can complicate decision-making process. And stakeholder can conflict lead to legal disputes where parties may resort to liquidation to resolve disagreements over land use. And finally, we have opportunities for advancing sustainable tourism. Firstly, we can adapt legal frameworks. By developing flexible legal frameworks that can adapt to the evolving needs of sustainable tourism. This can be incorporation mechanisms for regular review and adjustment, and it allows for the integration of new sustainable practices and technologies as they emerge. And implementing legal initiatives such as tax breaks or grant for businesses that adopt sustainable practices can encourage compliance and innovation in the tourism sector. These incentives can help align economic growth with environmental protection by rewarding responsible behavior and establishing collaborative governance models that involve multiple stakeholders, including government, local communities, that the private sector can enhance the effectiveness of legal framework. And the second issue is that public-private partnership in sustainable tourism can bring us successfully. Public-private partnership facilitate collaboration between government and entities and private sector stakeholders, enabling the pooling of resources, expertise to develop sustainable tourism initiatives that benefit both the economy and environment. And community engagement and legal empowerment can another important issue. Community engagement in sustainable tourism development empower local populations by involving them in decision-making process, ensuring that their voices are heard and their rights are protected, which foster a sense of ownership and responsibility towards local resources. And establishing legal frameworks that support community participation in tourism planning and management is crucial. And effective community engagement and legal empowerment facilitate collaboration among various stakeholders, including government, business, local residents, helping to balance economic growth with environmental protection and local equity in sustainable tourism initiatives. Thank you so much for listening to me. It is a great honor to be with you today. I have a special thanks to my dearest brother and my respected colleagues, to Professor Dr. Ande Asrifan. It is a great pleasure to be with you in next conference as in person. Maybe we can host you in my country. I am really happy to be with you today. Thank you so much again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gul Erkol Bayram, for the very insightful presentations regarding law of tourism. It's very interesting because not many people are aware that tourism is part of having an important role in our society. You already explained the problem and challenges that are faced by tourism, such as environmental protection, sustainability issue, and also economic growth pressure. You also explained that the need of regulations and enforcement. And also, one of the most important things is that the cooperations between stakeholders and community engagement. We know that nowadays, over-tourism is happening in a lot of places, perhaps causing more problems. So we need to pay attention to our regulations to solve this issue. Before we go any further, is there any questions on the floor? For Mrs. Dr. Gul Erkol Bayram regarding the law of tourism, you may raise your hand or you may write down your questions on the chat column. But before I have my personal questions to Dr. Gul Erkol Bayram. I'm very interested to go to Turkey, and I know that Turkey is one of the destinations for tourism, whether is it local and also internationals. Do you have any specific regulations that rule within your country that regulates, for example, the environmental issue, or is it just like a general law in environment that has to be also enforced in tourism area, or do you have like a specific tourism law, or for example, do you limit or separate the tax between the local and the international tourists to keep your country sustainable?
Thank you so much for your question. It is also our interest for both academic and local community. I am living in very small city in Turkey, but I can say that I am sure also many of people in my city knows that natural resources is our future. So everyone has responsibility locating in here. I mean that local people, not tourists. Everyone knows that if we protect our natural resources and biodiversity, our children and our future will have a better future and better life. So I can say that local people are very aware and conscious about that. But our tourists come from another city, and this tourist type in here mostly come from another city. We mean that domestic tourism, and these people does not be aware regarding natural resources. I am very unhappy when I saw the foods on the floor and also near the sea of tourists, and this is very unexpected behavior of tourists, and we don't have any regulations for the simplest behavior. But in national perspective, we have some regulations to protect our nature. For example, we have some cities, destinations, and some places that must be protected, and we we named with firstly natural places, secondly important natural places, thirdly important natural places in our country. This means that when we named that firstly important natural places, this is very critical, important, and if we don't protect and if we don't be aware of the importance that these resources can be removed in 10 years or 15 years. The secondly important natural or environmental protected areas means that this is also too much important, but less than first protected environmental areas. And third, protected environmental areas means that this is also important to protect, but you can use them. But when you use them, you have to be aware of the natural resources. You cannot use with all authority and all rights. We have a regulation like that. And the second also, we have too much seashore. Maybe you know that Black Sea and also Aegean region, Mediterranean region, like this. And many tourists come to our country to as sea tourists in the summer. But some of them seashore is protected with legacy. It is not possible to use them when we compare another seashore easily. You have some rules and you have some regulations to use this sea. And finally, maybe we can say that our fish, since we have so much fish specialties, we have some regulations for them, since it is they can be included in the biodiversity. It is also another regulations like that. But when I compare with another country, there are some regulations, even local peoples and also even tourists, when they use personally to natural resources. We don't have regulations like that. When, as a citizens, when I see some unexpected behavior of tourists, I cannot have any rights to call the police and inform them and to make requirements. And this is the gap of my country, I think. Thank you so much. I hope I can answer to you well.
Thank you, Dr. Gul. It's very interesting that you have such a comprehensive regulations to protect your tourism places, because I know that a lot of people come to Turkey, and it's very important to protect the natural resources and also the sustainability of the environment. Is there any other questions from the floor? Yeah. Because it's a very interesting topic. Not a lot of people discussing about tourism, because even here in Indonesia, we are currently having over tourism in Bali. Maybe you have heard of it. It's a lot of traffic. Yeah. And I think it's very important for us to learn from other countries and regulations how to actually manage, because it's very interesting that Dr. Gul already emphasized that if we don't keep our tourisms and our natures, then in 15 or perhaps maximum 50 years, it will be gone. And our grandchildren will not be able to enjoy what we have been able to see. Okay. Is there any closing statement perhaps you would like to share, Dr. Gul?
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. On behalf of the committee, we really appreciate your time and your contributions toward this conference. We really hope that all the participants could learn a lot. Me personally, I learned a lot from your presentations regarding law of tourism. It's very interesting and it's broaden up our perspective. And thank you very much, Dr. Gul.
Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah. For the next sessions, because one of our speakers could not attend it, so we will move to the next sessions, which is start in 4 p.m., which will be continued by Mrs. Yuli from Universitas Sawerigading. Mrs. Yuli, are you here?
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Fadila. I'm here, and I will lead the next session. Thank you. Okay. So I would like to thank you everyone for staying with us, and we do appreciating your participation. So here I will lead the next session for Professor Dr. Akram Zelilov. Dear Professor, are you here? Hello?
Mon-Tue, am I audible? I'm here. Nice to meet you, dear colleagues
Okay.
and esteemed friends. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Zelilov. Good afternoon, everyone, and good morning in some places in the world. And it's morning here also in the United States. So I would like to give a brief overview of Professor Dr. Akram Zelilov first before we start our session, and Dr. Zelilov can give a talk. So this is a brief overview for Dr. Akram Zelilov, the professor, full professor of social sciences, and in Vernadsky Crimean Federal University, Russia, and an education PhD in philology and general linguistics, and has so many awards and research contribution. And the area of specialization is linguistic, translation studies, international relations, world economy, media communication, advertising, and public relations. Professor Dr. Zelilov is dedicated to advancing research and education in his field of expertise, promoting international collaboration, and contributing to the academic community globally. So without further ado, I will hand it over to Dr. Zelilov. Time is yours. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot to give you such a kind reminder that you have 20 minutes per talk, and then you will have 10 minutes for question and answer. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you, dear hosts. On behalf of the Crimean Federal University, the oldest university and #1 university in the south of Russia and the Republic of Crimea, I'd like to greet all colleagues and esteemed scholars. Today is also happy to deliver a topic related to current issues on legal studies. Also, I have practiced in teaching international law on international relations department, so I'm in touch, and ESP English for specific purposes for the students of law. So it's I have pretty much background to work inside of the legal issues. So my currently area is based on media and communication, and my department works in the field of maintaining, let's say, promotion of individual enterprises, companies, website, media persons by social media. So we call it social media management, social media marketing. And Today's topic will be also related to legal issues related to e-commerce. And let me share my screen. Okay. So selective legal and regulatory issues in electronic commerce. And let me first of all clarify the issues, current issues, legal issues related to e-commerce. So we have e-contracting, security authentication, applicable law, jurisdiction dispute resolution, or ADR. So we have next line in intellectual property, consumer protection, privacy data, internet governance, content regulation, taxation, cybercrime, spam, negotiability, and documents of title and e-money. So e-commerce is rapidly evolving and businesses are trying to adapt to these changes. If you are in a business owner or in the tourism industry, as an example, you should keep the legal aspects of e-commerce in mind when deciding to sell yourself, your services or products online, such as allowing online bookings, for example. In this situation, you are required to follow European legislation on e-commerce regulations. So this means your website must clearly notify users of a series of important aspects. So what should I tell customers when they place an order? So contractual information, the website should let user know what they are agreeing to when buying from you. This means that contractual procedures regarding their purchase must be clearly stated. They also need to know how they can modify, correct, or eliminate information. The terms of use on the website should be clear and explain how information on provider, clients, products, or services will be stored. The e-commerce site should confirm all websites purchases by notifying the user within 24 hours. These notifications can be delivered electronically or by any other means indicated in the contract. The only requirement is that the method chosen by must allow the client to save the notification. Withdrawal period under the directive on consumer rights, consumers have 14 calendar days should they wish to withdraw from the contract if they are not satisfied with the product. The e-commerce website should inform the user of this right. The use of cookies. Cookies are pieces of data sent by websites that remain stored on users' computers to help with the future web browsing. However, cookies can also pose a security risk. This means that your commerce website must have a cookies policy informing the user that cookies are being used when they access the website. So when gathering user information via registration, purchase, or contract forms from those who visit your e-commerce website, you must notify the user that you are collecting the data in line with the requirements on a General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR. You must also indicate both where the personal data is being registered, which management tools they may use for the future access, modifications, or cancellations. All of these policies are designed to offer a high level of security for those browsing e-commerce websites. As a tourism business owner, you must respect these policies on your website. It is also recommended that you stay informed on e-commerce in the European Union single market, including on the European directives, aiming to establish a harmonized regulatory framework among European Union countries, as an example. Before launching a website, you must make sure that it meets all the requirements on e-commerce and GDPR mentioned above. If your website is already active on the internet, it is important to revise the page to make sure that it meets these rules and regulations. If you must respond yes to all these following questions. If your website includes a newsletter subscription or a contact form. Is there a visible link to the data protection policy? Is it in line with the rules of GDPR? Is there a small box with the user must tick to confirm that they have read the data protection policy before sending the information? Is there a small box that the user must tick to confirm a purchase when the providing personal information was necessary? So, do they receive a message informing them of the use of cookies on my website? Is there a link available within information on the way use of cookies? Is this located on a permanent part of the website? Is there at least one way in which users can contact me to find out more and contractual legal aspects of products and services on my website? So you can indicate your phone number, email, and a contact form, etc. So before completing the purchase, has all relevant contracting information on delivery payments, delivery periods, payment methods, and cancellation options been specified to a client? Does the client receive a notification of purchase, either electronically or through another method, within 24 hours? When the user makes a purchase on my website, it's important to on your website, it's important to answer these questions. So, legal issues currently here, we need to list them as legal uncertainties, basic legal infrastructure for building trust, international solutions, and policy considerations. So recognition of electronic messages, it's important in writing, document, original, and signature. Commercial law, evidentiary value of data messages, storage of data messages, validity and formation of contracts, incorporation of general terms and conditions. Intellectual property issues, WIPO treaties and domain names, consumer protection, OECD guidelines, so European Union directive, authentication and security, electronic signatures legislation, and jurisdiction and applicable law. Legal uncertainties will go through the taxation and WTO standstill on customs and duties on e-transmissions, internet contact regulation, European Union Commerce Directive, computer crime, Convention on Cybercrime, Council of Europe, and data privacy, OECD guidelines, Council of Europe Convention. Basic legal infrastructure for building trust. Here we go through the legal recognition of e-messages, e-signatures, legislation, and online dispute resolution. Here's also example from New Yorker, and on the internet, nobody knows you are a dog. That's a specific trick. So electronic signatures functions. So data origin, authentication and message integrity, and non-repudiation. Here we go through the legislative approaches. Minimalist, so removes all legal obstacles to recognition, enforceability of e-signatures. Digital signature established legal framework for PKIS and the two-tier standards for the operation of PKIS and a broad view of e-signature. Online dispute resolution, here we go on online settlement, online arbitration, online mediation, and online resolution of consumer complaints. Here is the example of ADR forms and their processes, main ADR forms in case of online dispute and online regulation. Here we have corporate compliance service, assisted negotiation, facilitation, conciliation, and mediation on a sliding seal of automated or not, more or less active, guidance by the neutral, voluntary, or mandatory participation, and no obligation on the parties to agree before entering ADR that the outcome will be binding. And arbitration, a mandatory submission or voluntary, automated or not, final and binding, and litigation. So Legal solutions. Here we go through national legislation of the country, international legal instruments, legal tools, so contractual solutions and self-regulation. In case of companies. So international solution, we have model laws and guidelines, and United Nations CICCLI model or law on electronic commerce, and UNSITRL model law on electronic signatures, and European Union directives on electronic commerce. But UNCITRAL model law might not be sufficient to overcome legal obstacles arising from mandatory international conventions. So goes to Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties in 1969. International solutions, here we go for the second, contractual approaches. It can be example on as follows: as European model of EDI agreement, EC model interchange agreement, and EC electronic commerce agreement. Problems encountered by contractual solutions: obligations arising from mandatory legislation, rights and obligations of third parties, and communication in an open network. International solutions, code of conduct, self-regulation, or OECD work, and United Nations CFAT model. International convention, draft UNCITRAL convention on e-contracting. And as policy considerations, there is a need for a favorable legal environment to accommodate e-commerce. Governments should not overregulate, and the legislation adopted should be technologically neutral. Party autonomy should be preserved. So thank you for your kind attention here and your listening, and hope you have some questions. I'll be ready to answer. That's all from me today for my presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Dr. Zelila, for the presentation. We already listened to such valuable information and insight from Dr. Zelila. And before I give a summary, is there any question first from the floor?
Okay, I have a question for my dear Professor Aksam, my brothers from Russian. That's really insightful, my dear Professor. Talking about the selective legal and regulatory issue in electronic commerce. And based on your presentation, that's this issue in electronic commerce encompasses data privacy, customer protection, intellectual property, and cyber security. So how can e-commerce business effectively balance data privacy compliance with providing personalized customer experience, Professor?
Thank you for your question, and thank you for your kind invitation. We're currently working on the draft of our international agreement, memorandum of understanding, for the next conference. By the way, just letting to know you beforehand. And sure, it depends on first of all, let me say. So here is a good connection between language teaching and management and economics. So a kind of thing as a management became a kind of mediator in the social sciences in my professional experience. So we are mostly let's say, talking in current issues, we're talking about marketplaces and people who buy a lot of goods by using Amazon, Alibaba, Wildberries in my country, and so on. The thing is, we talk about the economy of, let's say, the economy of high points, the economy of emotions. The thing is that people just buy a lot of products in order to satisfy personal, let's say, sometimes personal needs, sometimes personal emotions. But the human nature is unpredictable. When buying some stuff, you come home and then start to realize what you have bought. Because sometimes a lot of products bought by person couldn't be just could be just a space of garbage for just because people they don't know how to use them properly. The thing is that psychologists, or let's say marketologists, people working in the context of marketing, internet marketing, they try to let's say to promote a lot of store goods by saying and by setting the thing that you need this product, buy it, just using media persons, using a lot of discounts. It can be also a crime in several shapes, because people trying to deceive others. When you want to buy something, you want to have a proper thing with a proper price. But the cybercrime in case here, based on human's nature, and of course, people must be vigilant in this case. Everything depends on person. So you should, first of all, keep your data, and go into the case of buying online things. You should follow the rules by updating your passwords and keeping your data safe. However, one important question is also here. You rose here. I think people should follow the rules of, let's say, drawing by pen their passwords inside of their notebooks, small, because the modern trends and modern upgrade, I don't, so you see proper here or not? Oh, it's my cell phone. Okay. Because let's say the current update of iOS on mobile phones, on iPhones, created special, let's say, application called passwords. So it means that some theft and everyone can get your password. So it's in case of cybercrime, persons should update their passports and keep their data safe. That's important. And the second thing here is CRM systems, customer relationship management. It's a big data system based on separate or based in, let's say, in different enterprises. So people, for example, try to collect data, your personal number, your information, basic information, male, female. From one side, it's easy to communicate with a client just typing his name, or let's say, let's clarify, and this in the data storage in a CRM system, for example, the birth date of persons who was born, for example, in October, and people, let's say, and people send them the discounts and so on. So from one point, it's easy, for example, for a marketer, for the company owner to communicate with people through a CRM system. And from the other point of view, it's also, let's say, you're allowing yourself to be inside of the e-commerce world. So it's an inescapable obligation. And the question is very important too. And you know that if you watch some Netflix movies and with a popular, let's say popular, with popular issues, you come across the question of cybercrime, robbery, especially savings of people who are currently senior one. And this is the question what we will be facing through the, let's say, through the decades. And hope, let's say, the government or the international law will regulate this data by, let's say, creating special issues. Creating special issues applying to specific actions, buying or by internet, or let's say doing some online shopping, or let's say booking your hotel and so on.
Thank you so much, dear professor. I think it's the perfect response, and it's clearly respond my question. Thank you so much again, professor.
You're always
Thank you.
welcome. Yes, and hope we'll be more in touch. And I'm telling to my students that we are going to have webinars, international connections in the nearest future. Let's hope for the best, because students want to see, let's say, for my department particularly, Department of Media and Communication and Design, they want to know the media issues and the tourism side, and the culture, the nature of the culture of Indonesia.
Wow,
Because
that's really great, professor, and that's really honor being a part of your external event, I think.
because we're also Muslims, we speak Turkish languages, and we live in a multilingual area. We live in Crimea, we live in the Russian Federation, and the Russian Federation is the largest country in the world and comprising country over countries. We have a lot of sites where multicultural, multilingual region. You will find a lot of attractions in different sites, including Buddhism and for example, Buryatia Republic, including Caucasian mentality, let's say in Dagestan, in Chechnya Republic.
Wow.
And they're also Muslims, and a lot of mosques will, let's say, and we have also built a great mosque built for 5,000 people, just opened in this year, housing locating near our university. And we hope that you will visit our country and see a lot of
Inshallah, the professor, because I think Russian and Indonesian has really a tie friendship in historically, starting when our first president, Insinyur Soekarno, built the friendship between Russian and Indonesia. I think that's really great, my dear professor. Thank you so much. Hopefully, inshallah, we will visit your country, or you invited to visit our country, inshallah. And I think this moment also, that's why we opened the cooperation. Just now I sent the formal letter to open the memorandum of understanding between one the state university in Indonesia with your university. I think we after we searching in the internet about your profile of university. I think that's the best one of the best medical university in the world. Wow, really great, my dear professor. Really great.
Sure,
Thank you so much.
we have a thank you. You are welcome always. We have a lot of students coming to study and gain education just in different fields of studying. We are welcoming you again and hope Indonesia will be also
Inshallah, inshallah.
a part of our soul. And as we had also connections with Turkish Republic, and we hope for the mutual cooperation. And sayılı Türkiye arkadaşlarımıza çok selam olsun Kırım'dan. Yes, I'm saying hello to Turkey, to Turkish Republic, to Professor Dr. Gül Erkol Bayram.
Yeah.
Yes, it was nice opportunity to meet you here again and see, because we have pretty much visited your country, holding conferences international and hosting them both in Crimea, just up to 2015, and we hope for their future cooperation. And it's important to save intercultural connections and exchange cultural experience. And I'm really thankful for this event, for the opportunity to see esteemed colleagues and to share my professional experience. And all the best and have fruitful results of the conference.
Thank you, Professor. Ibu Yuli.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Terima kasih.
Sama-sama, Professor Dr. Selilov, for your insight and then really open, valuable information for us related to legal issue in e-commerce, especially this nowadays, everyone prepared to online shopping instead of going to the store because it's so easy. And beyond that, also coming with so many problems like privacy data and consumer protection. Okay, is there any question for Dr. Selilov before we go to the class?
Mungkin dilanjut karena Prof. Rania sudah ada juga.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for Dr. Selilov and the participants. We already have the time limit for Dr. Selilov session. So we're gonna move to the next speaker. Once again, thank you so much for Dr. Selilov and everyone. Thank you. Okay, so hold on. Okay, so here we go. The Professor Rania Lampu is already here.
Yes, Professor
yes.
Rania
Okay.
is in the room now.
Welcome, Professor. Before we begin our session, I will give a profile summary for Professor Rania Lampu. Is a highly awarded as a global educator and STEM instructor based in Greece, and teaching at the Greek Astronomy and Space Company, and works with the Greek Ministry of Education on STEM projects for schools. So has so many research and publication, active in presenting research at international conferences, and publishing in academic journals. Has over 200 national international awards, including Global Teacher Award. So I think we have so many, some participants from education backgrounds, so it's quite related for the topic today. I hope that we're gonna have some interesting question then. So as a kind reminder again, Professor Raini Lampu, you have 20 minutes for give a talk, and then we have 10 minutes for question and answer. Okay, I will give the floor to you. Time is yours.
Thank you so much. Warm greetings from Greece, from Athens, and the Greek Minister of Education. And I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations for the organization of this great conference and of your esteemed university. And of course, I would like to warmly thank Dr. Andy Arsifan, dear colleague, respected colleague, for his kind invitation. I'm very honored and very privileged to be part of this conference. Actually, I would like to focus today, since in Greece, for the first time, we have the worst climate change impact. We had very high temperatures here the first summer since May till now, over 40 degrees, and there's a lack of water and many negative consequences that we're facing. So today I will focus on the issues of environmental justice. So we will delve into the legal frameworks that underpin environmental justice. So we will examine how the national and local laws can be leveraged to protect vulnerable communities and ensure that their voices are heard in environmental decision-making processes. We will explore the role of grassroots movements, advocacy, and litigation in demanding accountability from governments and corporations, because our legal systems play a crucial role in shaping the responses to this crisis, and they can actually either facilitate progress or create barriers to effective action. So it is imperative that we engage in a thoughtful dialogue, collaboration to craft innovative legal solutions that actually empower individuals, communities, and nations to act decisively for the environment. So allow me to share my presentation. Can you see now my presentation? Is it visible?
Not yet, dear Professor.
Yeah.
Not yet?
Not yet.
Not
Yes, not yet, Professor.
Okay, right.
Okay, so now visible.
Okay, can you see also the change of slides?
Okay, let's move.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
perfect.
you, thank you. So when we talk about environmental justice, is about ensuring that all individuals, regardless of the race, socioeconomic status, or geographical location, have the right to live in a healthy environment. Of course, this confronts the harsh reality that marginalized communities often bear the brunt of environmental degradation, whether through pollution, lack of access to clean water, or the impacts of climate change. We know what is happening with women. Women usually bear the brunt, especially in Africa. And this inequity must be addressed if we are to build a sustainable and just future. So it is crucial to recognize that actually environmental justice is not just an environmental issue. It is a human rights issue. The right to a clean and healthy environment is essential for the well-being and dignity of every individual. So first of all, I will try to start with some frameworks, global climate agreements, the Montreal Protocol, which actually formulated questions of technology transfer and capacity, global collaboration. The Kyoto Protocol, it's about more differential responsibilities, market-based instruments. The Copenhagen Accord, which focuses on inclusivity, transparency, political leadership, and will. G7, G20 commitments focus on leadership and how we can promote innovation, collaboration, how we can mobilize resources. We are more or less all we are familiarized and aware of these frameworks. Very important, the Paris Agreement actually is a landmark international treaty in 2015 under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Its primary objective is actually to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees with an aspirational goal of limiting to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. So what is actually the legal structures? It's about nationally determined contribution. So this agreement relies on self-determined commitments from countries, where each country sets its own targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. However, this is the point here, that these commitments are not legally binding. There are review transparency mechanisms. While the targets themselves are not binding, there are, however, legal obligations regarding transparency, reporting and review, because countries must submit the reports on their emissions and progress towards meeting their contribution. And compliance mechanism, this actually, the Paris Agreement establishes a committee to facilitate compliance, though it operates in a non-punitive, non-adversarial manner. And this, of course, limits its enforcement power. So what is the sufficiency to address climate change? This flexibility allows broad participation, but at the same time raises concerns about the adequacy of the commitments. Secondly, the reliance on voluntary, non-binding targets has led to significant disparities in national ambitions. And there are no direct legal penalties for countries that fail to meet their pledges. And financial commitments, while there are obligations for developed countries to provide the climate finance, the legal framework for enforcing these commitments remain weak. What is happening in Europe? In Europe, we have a framework, a 2030 climate energy framework, what we call a Green Deal. In 2019, actually, the European Commission announced a strong shift of policy priorities and a policy roadmap towards environmental sustainability, what we call the European Green Deal. So here we pledge to reset actually our commitment to tackle climate, environmental related challenges, and to pursue a new growth strategy that aims to transform the European Union into a sustainable, resource efficient, carbon neutral economy by 2050. And what are the main axes of this framework? First of all, stepping up a climate and energy policy. This means, for example, to revise and reinforce all relevant climate-related policy instruments within the framework of the new European Union climate law that was eventually adopted in 2021. We promote industrial strategy for a carbon-free circular economy. So Commission intends to double the recycling rate by 2030 to promote sustainable product design, reuse and recycle with a particular focus on resource-intensive sectors such as textiles, construction, electronics and plastics, building, renovating in an energy and resource-efficient way. Here means that we foster a green renovation wave of public and private buildings, so rigorously enforce legislation related to the energy performance of buildings, and sustainable and smart mobility. So with the aim of greening transport and reducing sector greenhouse gas emissions by 90% by 2050, the European Commission pledges to support technology and infrastructure development for multimodal transport systems. So take action to abolish subsidies and increase prices for fossil fuels, include shipping in the UN units, and propose more stringent air pollutant emissions standards. A green common agricultural policy, of course this means clearly include the legislative measures to significantly reduce the use and risk of chemical pesticides, fertilizers, preserving and protecting biodiversity, and a zero pollution vision for a toxic-free environment. So what is happening here? All these ambitious frameworks, and here we have a new circular action plan, which aims to tighten and extend the waste reduction targets, and we propose minimum mandatory green public procurement criteria. This framework all these global in general climate agreements, including the Paris Agreement that I mentioned, often involve a mix of binding and non-binding elements, which have profound implications for their effectiveness. So why many agreements are not binding? First of all, what we call political feasibility. Making commitments binding can deter countries from signing or ratifying agreements. So non-binding commitments allow for wider participation, especially from countries that may be politically or economically constrained. Sovereignty concerns many countries are reluctant to cede sovereignty by agreeing to legally enforceable the national climate targets. Flexibility, because no binding agreements give countries a flexibility to adopt to changing circumstances, allowing for more pragmatic and adjustable approaches to climate action. And what are the legal consequences of this, of no binding commitments? The lack of enforcement. This is the biggest problems we're going to see with all the legal frameworks, because in no binding agreements, countries face no legal penalties for failing to meet the commitments, leading to what we call a soft law framework that relies heavily on what? On diplomatic pressure and reputational consequences. Implementation gaps, because this, where countries set ambitious targets but fail to take domestic actions to meet them. And norm building, despite the no-binding nature, such agreements can still influence state behavior by creating norms and expectations, fostering a sense of collective responsibility and incentivizing action through mechanisms like peer pressure. So accountability mechanism, ensuring accountability is one of the most challenging aspects of international climate law, particularly in the context of treaties like Paris Agreement, which emphasize voluntary commitments. So what are the accountability tools under climate treaties? First of all, transparency framework, the global stocktake, because every 5 years the global stocktake assesses collective progress towards the agreement's goal. So this creates a platform for evaluating overall success, encourages countries to enhance their ambition. Compliance committee and peer pressure, public accountability. While the legal tools for enforcement are limited, soft accountability mechanisms like diplomatic pressure or public opinion or civil society advocacy play significant roles. So countries may face reputational damage or political consequences if they fail to meet the climate commitments. So the challenges in accountability is, first of all, when countries prioritize national interest and many of them remain reluctant to subject themselves to stringent international oversight or penalties. What we call differentiation principle, the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, means that developing countries are often held to less stringent requirements, which can complicate efforts to hold all parties accountable in the same way. And voluntary nature of national contributions, this means that they are self-determined. Countries are technically accountable only for their own chosen targets, which vary widely in ambition and scope. The use of transparency, of peer pressure, no punitive facilitative mechanism plays a critical role. But whether these are sufficient to address the urgency of the climate crisis remains a key concern in international law. Environmental litigation, in recent years, there has been a significant increase in climate change litigation where citizens, non-governmental organizations, and even cities have sued governments for failing to take insufficient action to combat climate change. Here you can see some key cases. The legal theories behind this, of course, the human rights theory, international law, the challenges have to do with when those who, the plaintiffs often face challenges in proving that they have standing, meaning they must show that they have suffered specific harm due to climate change, that this harm is directly attributable to government inaction. And political question doctrine, because courts are sometimes reluctant to intervene in matters that seem to be political, we could say, rather than judicial, referring to legislative and executive branches on policy decisions related to climate. Corporate liability for environmental damage, litigation against the corporation often focuses on holding them accountable for pollution, deforestation, etc. Some key cases here, you can see Shell oil cases. Shell has faced numerous lawsuits over its environmental impact in Niger Delta, where oil spills have caused widespread environmental damage. Plaintiffs often use tort law to claim that corporations have caused harm through negligence, nuisance, or strict liability. And in many cases, they argue that the corporations' failure to inadequately control pollution or deforestation constitutes environmental tort. The challenges of this incorporating accountability have to do that many corporations operate globally, making it difficult to establish jurisdiction and enforce judgment across national borders. Causation attribution, because proving that a specific corporation's actions directly contribute to climate change is legally complex, especially given the global cumulative nature of climate change. And of course, holding parent companies liable for the environmental actions is challenging due to corporate legal structures that shield parent companies from liability. Transboundary also environmental harm, such as pollution, biodiversity, often affects multiple countries, raising legal questions about jurisdiction and accountability. So courts must determine how to address environmental harm that crosses national borders. Some key cases here. The legal mechanism for addressing transboundary environmental harm has to do with a principle of state responsibility. So the national law holds states responsible for ensuring that activities within the jurisdiction do not cause harm to other states, international environmental treaties, and international environmental courts and tribunals. What are the challenges in this? This again has to do with the enforcement of judgments, the scientific complexity, and establishing which court or tribunal has jurisdiction over transboundary environmental issues can be many times complex. Another big issue is what we call environmental refugees and international law. The term climate refugees has to do with individuals who are forced to leave their homes due to environmental factors like rising sea levels, extreme weather, etc. So, despite the growing number of people displaced due to climate change, there is currently no legal recognition still of climate refugees. There is absence of legal protections. There are current gaps in legal laws because there is a lack of clear terminology, absence of national laws, the reluctance of states. The many states are hesitant to expand the definition of refugees under international law due to concerns, of course, about the potential increase in migration flows and the associated financial and political costs. There are recent developments on this, but of course, we need to create a legal framework for environmental migration, definition of climate displacement, the cross-border protections, because the current international legal framework does not account for individuals who cross borders due to environmental disasters. So a new legal structure would need to offer protection similar to those given to traditional refugees. And better shared mechanism, because this could include mechanism for sharing financial and logistical burden among states, particularly as many of the countries most affected by climate change are not major contributors to greenhouse gas emissions. So possible legal instruments could be international treaty, regional agreements, amendments to existing treaties. The human rights, the intersection of human rights implicate how the human rights are related to environmental displacement. Climate-induced displacement raise significant human rights concerns, such as those who have lost access to basic rights, including shelter, including food, water, health, and security. So we need to focus on this. And all these challenges, the responsibilities of states, the weak enforcement mechanism, statelessness, loss of identity, the challenges in addressing human rights. Another big issue has to do with biodiversity legal protections. So here the challenges focus on funding gaps, lack of binding obligations, again, national implementation, and the national trade and deforestation. We can see some other big challenges, and something which is not well known, what we call ocean governance and global environmental crisis. This is the most actually comprehensive legal framework for governing oceanic matters, but modern, the majority of contemporary environmental challenges are not efficient, cannot be faced in efficient way. Why? Because there are some limitations in this framework about the plastic pollution, and also at the same time there are weak enforcement mechanisms also. There is a case of overfishing and illegal fishing that are not mentioned clearly. The rising sea levels and maritime boundaries, which are not clearly expressed. So we need a frameworks about this, which actually focus on global plastic pollution, and include a specific mechanism to tackle the increasing crisis of marine plastic pollution and overfishing. The case of oil spills, so many cases here. Again, a lack of binding targets for plastic waste reduction and oil spills. Ongoing negotiations for high sea treaties, and environmental justice and local legal systems. What is the role of the national law in addressing environmental justice? The impact on marginalized communities is very important. I mentioned the case of women, for example. So environmental justice seeks to address the unequal distribution of environmental benefits. Vulnerable populations such as indigenous people, rural communities, and those in low-income regions bear the brunt of environmental degradation, including deforestation and climate change. For example, coastal communities in small island states are disproportionately affected by rising sea levels, while industrial pollution disproportionately harms low-income and minority communities. So some frameworks here about this, the challenges, again, the lack of binding obligations, the legal responses to indigenous land rights, very important because here we can see that many indigenous territories face exploitation for mining, logging, oil extraction, agricultural expansion, which leads to deforestation, to water contamination, loss of biodiversity, what we call land grabbing and displacement, because governments and corporations often seize indigenous land for economic development or displacing communities and undermining their ability to practice traditional livelihoods. So the intersectionality mentioned before, environmental law has to do with examines how different aspects of identity, like race, gender, and class, intersect and result in unique forms of discrimination or disadvantage. In the context of environmental law, marginalized communities often face multiple layers of injustice based on race, gender, and socioeconomic status, exacerbating their vulnerability to environmental harm. So we talk about how women disproportionately face all these challenges, according to what I have mentioned here. The national law should be stronger. Legal responses for this to environmental crimes. Another big issue has to do with environmental crimes, which include wildlife trafficking, illegal logging, deforestation, hazardous waste dumping, and we need a stronger, of course, frameworks and regulations about environmental crimes in order to face these challenges, because again, there's corruption, organized crime, in regions with high levels of corruption, environmental criminals often operate with impunity, paying off officials to avoid prosecutions. We know all things about this. Corporate environmental crimes with toxic waste dumping, air, water pollution, land degradation, resource exploitation. And finally, all this, remember that all this ecocide movement, ecocide has to do with acts that cause severe, widespread, or long-term environmental damage to certain ecosystems. We need international campaigns for recognizing ecocide, proposed amendments, global movements for ecocide law. It is important. The challenge in implementing this is how, it's a political, of course, resistance, usually how to define ecocide, and potential benefits, of course, holding individuals and governments accountable, global awareness, and step forwards how to advocate for the national consensus, strengthening national laws. The role of trade also in investment law, because there is a conflict between trade and environmental regulations. You all know about this. The challenges, regulatory sovereignty again, the conflict between investments and environment. And this means that we need green trade policies. There are already many frameworks, but we need to strengthen these equity concerns, trade versus development goals, especially in developing countries, and the global energy transition legal challenges, legal mechanism of phasing out fossil fuels, renewable energy promotion for the national law, trade agreements in renewable energy, all the legal barriers to renewable energy promotion, the just energy transition legal frameworks, and all these are included also in the European Green Deal. The challenge, of course, remain the energy poverty, displacement of fossil fuel workers, the national legal approaches to just transition, proposed legal reforms for a just transition, corporate social responsibility and environmental law, arguments for voluntary corporate social responsibility, flexibility, innovation, and the role of technology, finally, before concluding. The role of technology innovation in legal responses to environmental crisis has to do, first of all, with geoengineering. Geoengineering refers to large-scale technological interventions. There are current gaps on geoengineering, and the many ethical and legal dilemmas. So the risk of unintended consequences, the legal implications of carbon capture and storage, this technology to capture carbon dioxide emissions, all this, there are also ethical dilemmas, so regulatory frameworks about this. All environmental justice mentioned before leads, of course, what we call environmental peace, which is actually the ultimate goal, I think. Thank you very much. I'll try to be brief because I could speak for hours about the frameworks. Thank you very much for the question. I'm here to discuss.
Thank you so much, Prof. Rania Lampo, for your talk. And we got so many information inside today. One thing that I really highlight is about environmental justice and global climate change is not only environmental justice issue, but is a human rights issue. And also we see that so many international regulations that try to comply with the issue, but also so many gaps that still hinder the solution. So I myself have my question, but before that, I will ask for the participant first. First, if they have a question, then just raise hand, and then I'll give the chance to you guys. Or alternatively, you can chat through our chat box, so I can read your question. Okay, I think we don't have any question from the participants. So I'll come with my own question. So as you know, the Indonesia have so many islands, and especially for small islands. And also I listened to your presentation about environmental justice in global state. But as we know that there is a disproportionate impact between the developed countries and developing countries, like in Indonesia, that have a small island and that really have a big impact. And then they contribute less or tiny portion to the emission level or the climate change. So what do you think that we can do from the small island to make sure that we still have our right to have a better environment regarding to the climate change? And the second thing is, I also hear that you explain about climate financing, but as I know that it's quite more tricky about the climate financing, especially for the self-sufficient amount, and also sometimes it's delayed. So what we can do to make sure that climate financing can meet the promise?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you so much.
Actually, small islands such as those in Indonesia are particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, including sea level rise, extreme weather events, and loss of biodiversity. So addressing these challenges requires, I think, both local and global action. So some strategies could be what we call adaptation strategies. First, coastal protection and mangrove restoration. I mean, smaller islands are at high risk from rising sea level, so protecting and restoring coral reefs, coastal wetlands, mangroves can help deter the effects of storm surges, for example, can prevent erosion and stabilize shorelines. Secondly, has to do with sustainable infrastructure. Build climate resilient infrastructure such as elevated home, storm resistant buildings and seawalls, and this can reduce the impact of floods and hurricanes. Early warning systems, establishing weather forecasting and early warning systems for tsunamis, for typhoons, for floods can save lives and prevent damage. Water resource management, another important adaptation strategy. Due to saltwater intrusion and changing rainfall patterns, small islands, we know that they face fresh water shortage. Same happened here in Greece. The first time we have so seriously, we face this problem so seriously. So rainwater harvesting, desalination plants, I think the plan B here in Greece, desalination, efficient water use systems can secure water supplies. And for agriculture and food security, support climate resilient agriculture such as drought-resistant crops, sustainable fisheries to reduce food insecurity on islands affected by climate extremes. These are the adaptation strategies. Of course, there is another category, what we call mitigation strategies. So transition to renewable energy, if it's possible. Small islands often rely on imported fossil fuels for energy. So shifting to solar, wind, or tidal energy can actually reduce emissions and dependency on external energy sources. What previous speakers said about sustainable tourism. Many Indonesian islands rely on tourism, which can be both a threat and opportunity. Promoting eco-friendly tourism and reducing the carbon footprint of the industry can make the economy more sustainable. And of course, the low emission transport encourages electric boats or ferries, which can reduce pollution and dependence on fossil fuels in island communities. And all this related, of course, with ecosystem and protection and conservation. Because Indonesia's small islands often contain important ecosystems like tropical forests. So protecting these forests help maintain biodiversity. Community involvement in education. About funding, you said, I think what is happening here in Greece, for example, every measure like this, every environmental infrastructure is based on European programs funded. So Indonesia may be involved in funded programs, maybe from UN or other big funding programs. In Greece, we receive the help of the European Union, but of course, again, always there's a case of corruption. You know very well what is happening. I mean, we don't absorb all the fundings that we receive. No, there are many cases on this. So I hope I can have answered about.
Sorry, Professor, are you done? Because I think there's something with my signal. Okay, I think all the question already answered. Or because I'm sorry, I lost my signal just in the last
That's
part of
answer
your
the
talk.
question. Yes, that's perfect
Okay.
response. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Raniel, for your answer. And I think we have limit. We have hit our time limit, and then I bring this to a close. But once again, thank you so much for Prof. Rania Lampo for the presentation. It's a really interesting and insightful. Is there anything for the others? wanna talk or it's done? Okay, so just a brief information for tomorrow's session. Please, okay, so we have a session for tomorrow. Have a presenting paper and also some invited speakers also will join us tomorrow. So I hope all of you guys can participate and contribute for tomorrow's session. And for now, I think it's done. And I'm gonna close our session for today by saying Alhamdulillah and thank you very much. I'll give it back to Dr. Anja Stephen.
Thank you so much to the moderator, and special thanks to my dear professor and sister, Professor Rania Lampo from the Crises. That's I think the really honor to have you here, my dear professor, for again and again, and hopefully one day you can visit our country to share each other, not virtually but that's physically forward to some university
Definitely,
in
definitely.
Indonesia.
I'm planning on visiting Indonesia, and I
Yes,
hope to
thank
meet you
you.
all in person. Definitely.
Thank you, my dear professor. Ladies and gentlemen, so just show you for our agenda tomorrow. So we still have some experts that will share their expertise. The first we have Dr. Ling Yi left from Polytechnic Kuching, Sarawak, Malaysia. We have also myself. Will share some important topic in this section, and that will be continued to at from India, Dr. Shah Muhammad, uh, assistant professor from the Department of Electronic Media from the St. Thomas College of Art and Science. And we will be continue our esteemed colleges, Professor Supaprawat from Thailand, and we'll continue from Nepal, Tibas Tapa, and then we'll continue also Professor Kawargis from Crises College, Irin Jalakuda, Kerala, India, and I will continue from the Egypt, Dr. Mona Rafiat Taman, and the last, our dear sister, Professor Dr. Alexis from Abra State Institute of Science and Technology, Philippines. Again, thank you so much for esteemed speakers and participants. See you tomorrow. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon from Indonesia. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Thank you.